Hey, everybody. Um, the Dow is down almost 500 points. Um, NASDAQ is down 250. S&P down 50. Um, everything's red except Finger. Finger's up 20 cents at $1.47. So it looks like Patient Swings made a good purchase, good recommendation. The volume's pretty high, 277,000. Maybe something's going on there. I stick by my belief that if you want to do a spring trade in Finger Motion, you'll be able to do it next year. But they've paid some consulting fees for promotion. Maybe something's going on. Um, one never knows. But you do know they're going to raise money. They're going to do a financing. So the good news here is because of the efforts of promotion, I guess these two groups, the stock's back up to 150 range. And maybe they can do the financing at $1.25 instead of lower. But anyway, you got to make your own judgment. I would be, this could be a different time, but the odds are that the stock is up so they can do a financing. And last year they did that one bigger financing in December, and I guess one in May that wasn't as big. So I'd rather wait and see what the financing does to the stock and then take a look. But if you like to live dangerously, um, I shouldn't make that comment. If you see some value here, that's what you got to do. Uh, GNS is down 4.5 cents at 73. There was so much excitement that it's my fight against the shorts and all that. Hire Mark Bazile's law firm. It'll just be a low, slow walk down to meaninglessness, and the settlement will be to the favor of the attorneys. And there'll be nobody going to jail or any great breakthrough, um, is my guess. Remember, Mark gets paid to spread himself with glory, and I did this, I did that, which is great. It's great, but he's getting paid. You're not. You don't have to gamble your money here. You'll lose your money in Genius, but it's back down to where it started. So be a complete round trip. G-Bucks is down a little bit at 14 cents. GDC's down 11 cents at 4.55. And Railtown is bidding 39 cents, asking 40 cents. So there's a number of you, I think, are asking me for permission, basically wanting me to agree with you that it all sucks, and because the lawyers suck, or the regulators suck, or the paperwork sucks, therefore leadership sucks and Railtown sucks. Well, I just don't agree. I mean, you can do whatever you want. I'm tired of fighting it. I think the company is taking a gigantic risk by. There's only a couple of things that can be going, 3 or 4 things that can be going on. They're saving money on attorneys. That could be one, and I think that's pound foolish, penny wise. It could be they have a horrible relationship with the regulators. I doubt that's the case, but it's a possibility. I doubt it's the case. Everybody's so nice up in Canada. It could be that the regulators are asking for documentation that's taking a while. It's bureaucracy. They just got to cross-check documents. The company's filed everything, but the regulators want to see the original copies, or want to check a transaction somewhere. I don't know. It just could be a regulatory filing, which I don't know what you can do about that. I do not believe that the deal has fallen through. So as we sit around waiting for that, what does it really mean? I've told you, once they announce or file, they may just file that the AIP deal is closed. I don't think it's going to do anything to the stock price. Nothing. I don't think buying will come in. I don't think you're going to buy more. It's not going to change your opinion of the stock. It's not going to be a reflection on leadership or that Corey knows what he's doing. But what it does is I went through it yesterday, I think. I don't know if I wrote it down, but what I think it does is sets up the company's ability to tell its story. And I'm going to guess that that's not going to include revenue projections. It allows the company to talk probably to investment bankers, more importantly to their research arms. And so I would think research would start to flow. And it may open up some buying of the stock from people who were precluded from buying, who had knowledge inside of this acquisition process that could be assumed to be material. So those 3 things, research, telling the story, and buyers slowly building in, I don't think are going to show up this week. And I'm not sure I've predicted tomorrow, but I'm not sure. The Canada, I don't know how they won World War II. I really don't. There's no urgency in Canada, but hey, we got to live in the culture we are invested in, and so you've got an acquisition that's taken 12 months, 11 months, and is that a reflection on incompetency or lack of skill at the corporate level? I don't think so. Is it a sign that their balls are in the attorney's purses? Maybe, maybe not. I don't have enough information. Is it a sign there's something going on behind the scenes that is wrong with the company? I don't think so. Are they hiding something? I don't think so. So why do they let it take so long? Well, that question presumes that they have a choice. They may not have had a choice. Maybe there were some negotiations in the acquisition of AIP that, as an idea, no one's told me this, but maybe Railtown said to AIP, look, we'll buy you, but we want to know that those 170 companies will stay with us when we're in charge. Oh yeah, they will. No, we want to see something in writing. Can you get everybody? I don't know. Could be something like that. And that took a while. On the other hand, my view is, well, let's get to my view in a second. So what else could be going on? I've tried to explain the revenues, and we'll go over that today. I mean, we got time to fill. I've tried to explain the first mover advantage, but that goes to what we'll talk about in a second. And tried to explain the overall market. But the stock is flat. The stock is down. Every day it's in the red. We can't give credit to the fact that there's a systemic, there's no uptick rule anymore. You can lie to your market maker. You can sell stock you don't own. You can sell stock, then try it back. You're allowed to collude. You're allowed to cheat, all of that. But we see that in other stocks. We see that in the COSMs, the MULNs, the Nixies, the Logics, the GTIIs, the G-Bucks. We see it there. But here, the stock price is telling us something. Here, it's nothing about that. Oh, yeah, there might be a little bit. But if Railtown were all that good, there'd be buying. There'd be buying. Okay. Then if that's your viewpoint, which I hope it's not, all I can say is you know best. So, do you understand how shorting works? Shorting is, I think, can be three broad categories. One is you get a guy like Kurt Kramer to lend money to GTII, and then the selling starts, the onslaught begins. Or you get a guy like Jeff Easton to issue a complete disaster contract to Finger Motion, and the slaughter begins. That's one group, I think, is broadly classified as the attempt by the attempt by a hedge fund to steal the entire market cap of a company. It's what we saw with Aubrey Advisors and Chadron with DLQ's SPAC. And that kind of shorting starts with some protection in place, so you can start shorting in massive volume and never quit. And we've been through those. Have we ever won? Have we ever beaten it? I haven't seen it. The key requisite in, I don't know what to call that the hedge fund shorting, call that the coordinated shorting, call that the I don't know what to call it, but that shorting is the toad, for example. That is an industrial scale campaign to annually steal trillions of dollars from the US markets. In 2022, there were over 27.5 trillion failing trades in Europe. Did you hear that? 27.5 trillion. Failing trades. And your regulators, your government, who are controlled by the banks, owned by the banks, your media is owned by the banks, your universities, everything, thoughts, everything. So in that scheme, a company signs a toxic financing, like perhaps what Finger has just signed. We don't know. You don't always know in advance. The last deal Finger did, the toad was 85% of the financing. So this shows up in distortions in the markets. Well, I'm comfortable. You may not be. You may not be. I'm tired of fighting it. But I see no evidence anywhere that Railtown ever did a toxic financing. Now, they use, but so do all public companies use, Citadel, Virtue, and others, because they control most of the order flow, those two companies. They pay for it. Railtown selected Canaccord Genuity, who is notorious as a short seller enabler. But so's Goldman Sachs. So's most of the prime brokerage arms on Wall Street. So that's one. I don't think it applies to Railtown. But that game set up a cottage industry and a tag-along industry of day trading and this idiotically named thing, swing trading. just so you're confused. In other words, almost instantaneous daily trades or trades that happen over a little bit longer time frame. Now, companies like Ionic Ventures will offer money to a company like Logic, Brent's son, who can't sign enough bad deals. He works his ass off. He's honest as hell. He cares about his shareholders. He puts up his own money, but he's never seen a shitty deal he won't sign. So Ionic sent me a letter. I threw it away. I might have it in the other room. They sent me a letter 2 years ago saying that a lawyer sent it saying that they don't short stocks. Well, that lawyer would have a hard time defending that statement in court. But it all comes down to definitions. What is shorting a stock? Did Bill Clinton change the rules? Yes, he did. If you're a good customer, if you provide a lot of volume and commission and you reconcile your trades at the end of the day, no harm, no foul, right? You're not short. So what a company like an Ionic will do, in my judgment, again, I'm not this devious and I'm not on these trading desks, but they get Brent to sign a deal. They get stock and warrants. So that goes into some box and an attorney fills out the paperwork that goes to the stock loan desk and to the prime broker's desk. And then Ionic turns on its computers. And Ionic starts shorting Logic every minute, every nanosecond of the day. Now there you have a definition. If you sell stock you don't own, that's shorting. If you sell stock you haven't located, that's shorting. If you sell stock you cannot deliver on time, that's shorting. But they say we don't do it in any stock. What they do is they sell and then they buy back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. They got the dark pools, they got it. It's all computerized. Boom, 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 boom. And they're doing it to pick 500, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 a day out of the market. They're covered in glory because at the end of the day, remember Bill Clinton's change. Oh, he was the greatest president. Oh my gosh, he was so wonderful. Oh, if we could just have Bill Clinton back again. He changed it. Doesn't matter. If any president that was, it's like the settlements. You start with an idea. The Brits want to get rid of you, so they put you over there. And then the British sign a deal. The UN gives you a place to live, but it's not good enough. You start fights with everybody, wars, everybody. You get a haberdasher to back you because he worked with Chaim Weissman, I think his name was. And every year, if there's a Kennedy assassination, which you may or may not have been partly involved in, while everyone's focused on that, you go claim some more settlements, shoot a few people, burn some olive trees. But you got it. It's the facts on the ground. And then, maybe there's an invasion of Czechoslovakia. While everyone's turned there, you go grab another settlement. While there's a famine that everybody's to grab that. While there's arguments about whether or not Bill Clinton had sex or not with an intern who carried on an affair with her married art professor when she was in college, and went to the White House with a specific goal to get her presidential knee pad, she said, before she went. I still don't condone what uh, uh, Slick Willie did. But while that's going on, you go grab some more uh, uh, settlements. You invade somebody while the world's distracted. Then the best thing is you go buy the media, and you fill the media with Zionists, and you keep pressing, keep going, because your goal is greater Israel. Your goal is to be the size of Saudi Arabia, because it's promised to you in the Bible. It's obvious. And you've been saying it all along. People just, they can't believe what you say. And they don't want to be called conspiracy theorists. They don't want to be called other things. So you just keep pressing, pushing. Well, that's the exact same thing that's been going on with the banks in this area of securities. Somebody realized that if we turn the security system into a fractional reserve security system, and we imitate the fractional reserve bank money, banking, it's all blurred now, but money banking system, we do it with securities, we can expand our assets under management. I've given you the example before. If one broker, if you just think of one broker, has $100,000 under management and she charges 3% to her client, she makes $3,000 a year. If that one broker could break the law, well, Bill Clinton said it's okay. That one broker puts the account, the securities in that account up at DTCC as a pool. And then that one broker, she starts calling other people, and she gets other people to buy, let's say it's Exxon, buy the same stock over and over and over again. But she has a pool up there. She can set up hedging strategies with derivatives, pay some fees, pay the prime brokers, but she can expand her 100,000 under management 10 to 1. She goes to $1 million. Same 3% she charges. $3,000 a year she gets in gross to $30,000. Now, if she could do this, and we're trying to ignore all the brokerage firm, if she could do this 100 to 1, she could expand her 100,000 not to $1 million, but to 10 million, and she's charging 3%. She's making $300,000 a year. This is Wall Street. This is the Wall Street that you're involved in. Now, Wall Street's starved for commissions. So Ionic goes in shorting, and it's illegal. But they do it because at the end of the day, they reconcile those trades. They offset. And then the net amount, whether it's long or short at the end of the day, because Brent signed the note, there's stock sitting up somewhere in a transfer agent or in a I guess a segregated account, or it's just up in that pool, but there's derivatives against it. Whatever the mechanism is, I don't know. But that mechanism, it's still illegal, but at the end of the day, that attorney can say, well, we're not short, which is very clever use of the words, because during the day, Ionic might have shorted hundreds of thousands of shares of Logic it didn't own, but then it bought a bunch back. And people as honest as the guy that retired from the American Stock Exchange, yeah, it's not right, but they're a good client. We look the other way for good clients. Good clients are like beautiful women. You look the other way. You don't judge them. There's a power to being a good client. So anyway, in that world, these computers going back and forth, there's these day traders, there's the tag-alongs. They see it, and they set up their trading desks with borrowed money, and they just do it. It's a system across stock after stock after stock. And they try, it's like a car, a small car getting behind the draft of a semi-truck going down the highway to try to save a little bit of gasoline. They get in the draft and they make money. That's the day traders. Now, what's in their advantage? The same increasing grabbing for settlements and whole countries and sympathy and all that. Oh, it's because it's so complicated to handle all the volume on Wall Street. Baloney. One computer chip could handle all the volume. They changed the rules. So first it was Bill Clinton saying that when you buy a stock, you're just buying a securities entitlement. You're not buying a stock, you're buying a securities entitlement. Just like when you put money in your bank account. You see money in your bank, there's no money there. It's lent out, it's derivatived out, it's gambled out. But you trust it because it comes in the statement every month, just like your brokerage statement comes every month. It has the stocks in it. You go on your screen, hey, I own that stock. It's just an electronic entry. That happened under Barack Obama. I'm not sure he knew that that was going on. That was a rule change. So that the only way you can be in the system is electronically. You can have your physical shares. It's going to cost you a few $1,000s to get it back in, or a few $100s to get it out, and it's going to take time. And it's you might as well have turned your certificates into wallpaper because you can't trade them. The only way you can trade, get a price, have it in your account is electronic. So it carries on that fiction that you actually own something. You don't. You just own an ephemeral promise. But the money you're paying with is also ephemeral. It's all a con job. But these guys, the day traders, the tag-alongs, the hyenas, the pickpockets, the nip a bit, the pool, these guys, mostly, I think they're all guys. Sometimes they sit around a desk and a computer. They all know these changes. The other is the Merrill Lynch rule. So anything under $5, you just keep selling. You just keep selling, even if it runs up like Genius. Everybody's talking about Genius. Hey, isn't that great? That guy, he's fighting the shorts. I mean, weren't you lulled into him hundreds of dollars a share ago with that same bullshit? But hey, this time's different. It's going to go to $4, $5, $6. We got to get in. You go. You're the sucker. It runs up. They turn on the computers, and then now they drive it down. And the next thing you'll see is a financing, maybe. And then Mark Bazile will get it to a settlement. And on a space call, I'll say, I know you're here saying you did a great job and this is great. And I know you're not here just trying to get your name out for the next stock to be your client. But how did this, you say it helped the shareholders. How did it help the shareholders? The stock's trading at 0.000001. Oh, well, that was the CEO's decision. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Baloney. It's incredible. So that's the day trader ones. It's professional. and it's computerized, but there's also the tag-alongs every single day. Every single day. That, I think, happens in Railtown every single day. Now, you don't need to have a financing to protect as long as you're a good client. You're a good client. Or you sell out your name, or you lend out your availability in Bill Clinton's pooled stock that can then be lent out and derivative out. You lend that out. So then these other guys can do it as long as they keep their fees paid and the balance, the money, whatever the arrangement is, they can do it. And they can trade the way Ionic did. Technically, not even technically, literally illegal. But you can settle up at the end of the day, and no one's going to go after you. The attorneys aren't going to go after you. Then there's this other group of shorts that are a little bit more daring. It's a mix between the two, and it's the swing. It's the, let's do this for a month. Let's do this for 6 months. Let's really establish a position and lean on it heavily. What I see in Railtown is the second one, that those gnats, those mosquitoes coming in, stealing every day. Today, it's 19,000 shares. The high was, it opened at 39 cents. Well, I guess it's been under 40 cents all morning. Yeah. Yeah, it's been under 39 cents. So I don't know what they're trying to do today as a day trader. But maybe this is swing trading where they shorted it 2 weeks ago. Look, they know for some reason, and they may have their hooks in on the attorneys. They may have their hooks in on the regulators without them really knowing. They have their own attorney file a question, make a phone call. There's trillions of dollars involved. They own everybody. So what you're seeing with the stock, in my judgment, of course you might, maybe you think it's because real people are selling and there's no buying. If I don't know what to say about that, except could be right. I don't believe it, but it could be right. So in other words, Wall Street and in Canada, if the news is good, someone on the long side lets it out, and someone on the long side trades on material inside information, and it gets out in Canada. I can see that in New York, where those same guys that are shorting also trade in information, like Boski, those kind of people. They all know each other. But I don't know. I don't know. So what I think's going on with Railtown every single day, every single week, every single month is opportunistic shorting of stock that traders don't own. And they may cover it in the dark pool. They may not cover it at all if they're swing traders. They may cover it that day after market. But they're just trying to pocket 500, 1,000, 10,000 a day. And they do it with computers across thousands of stocks. And if you're telling me that's showing something in the story fundamentally at Railtown, I'll listen, but I don't really believe it. I don't really believe it. So why else could it be taking this long for the company to really put out any meaningful news? Well, I think they have to close the AIP deal. So the question should be, why is it taking this long to close the AIP deal? Well, it's how I started. It could be they're trying to save money on attorneys, which I think is really stupid. It could be they've assigned all the work to, they're a small company. Maybe they just have one small office handling all this work and it's taking forever. Could be that the negotiation with third parties and with the principals of both companies took a lot longer, and maybe the price was negotiated higher. That's what it looks like to me with all that complicated clawback, meaningless, $1 million. I mean, it's not even a real number. So maybe that was to save face because they had to pay more than they wanted to. And maybe they said, you know what, we'll pay more, but we want to know those companies are coming over. When you sell it to us, we want to know all of those companies are coming over, and you're going to give it your full-throated best effort. And maybe it's a matter of signing a every company signing a non-compete, a 3-year extension. And maybe that took time. Maybe the company is intentionally trying to sabotage this, and it's a big con job. Something's wrong. This is terrible leadership. They should fire that attorney. They should fire that, fire. At the core of it, the stock isn't going anywhere. That's the core of it. Anyway, I've tried to run through all the negatives I can think of. I can't join in on any of it. I just cannot. So if any of that troubles you, if you think all that operational crap is a reflection on the power of Railtown, I just can't agree with you. Now, I do think there is one significant risk that is bothering me, and it probably is a leadership issue, but it may not be. It may be something beyond anybody's control. And that is that I believe Railtown is first to market, solves a real problem, best in class, and it is in its 4th iteration at least, self-learning, proprietary, vertical, powerful, of course. There's one other list there that I'm forgetting. So that's fantastic. But if you're going to hide behind and you're going to take time and you're going to let events go their way and you're going to piss away 9 months of prime capital markets time because of paperwork, I think that is I don't think it changes the fundamental story, but I think it is a risk that's undefinable. It's undefinable. but it is a risk. What is the risk? Well, you've got probably a timeline like this. I don't think the stock price is going to do anything this week. I don't think it's going to go down or up very much this week, regardless of closing of AIP. I don't think it's going to do much. I don't see anything happening. The news will be announced in a typically blasé Canadian way, won't really say much, have a couple of quotes that are meaningless. It won't do anything. Next week, the cumulative effect of the company now, after the deal is done, being able to tell their story, talk to research analysts, talk to institutions, will gain purchase. You'll probably see research maybe in 2 weeks. You'll probably see maybe a new corporate presentation. You'll probably see interviews. So next week, there may be the beginnings of some buying. The following week is December. That's when the research probably comes out. I don't know. Everybody's on vacation. Do they read it? You're going to read it. You're not going to buy any more stock. Well, will institutions read it and will they buy stock? I don't know. So let's say they take a week to get it out of the mailbox, have it go to Linda's desk. Linda says, send it to Steve. Steve says, that's not my department, and it goes over to Melissa's desk. Melissa reads it, but Melissa's not sure she wants to take the risk. She's got vacation coming up, and why don't we table it till January? I don't know. I don't know what goes on. I think it's a real risk that by the middle of December, everybody's on vacation and institutional buying, vamos. So it means we wait till January. And I think there's some of you, because I speak to you, that you don't want to wait till January. It's annoying, but that's the risk I see here, is that everything I've been gunning for starts mid-January. And it's like, oh God, it's already been a year. How could they do this to us? Well, you know, if that's, I can't agree with that. I think we're grown men, grown women, and we've been used to delays and hardship in our lives, and you have to just stick it out. We don't know what's going on. Everything I've put out as a scenario is a guess. I don't know. Yeah, but it's 39 cents bid. It's terrible. They should be talking to us. They don't know us anything in terms of updates or remember, longs and CEOs cannot promote their stock. They cannot put news out during periods, which I don't know what to call this time frame. From February 11th to now, the company is still in a period of time that I don't have a name for. But all the major buyers, all of anybody that's an insider, anybody that can be assumed to know material information cannot buy the stock. Well, I hear you saying that, but they'd be buying if there were really good news. Well, you got to pick your side on that argument. One or the other. I pick the side they can't buy. Others might say, well, they would be buying if the news were good. You got to pick your side on that. I told you where I come down. The other is the company can't put out news. They have to be very careful. In the oil and gas business, you call it a tight hole. They can't talk about anything. They can go to jail. They can't collude, cheat. They can't do it the way the shorts do it, and they can't turn on. Computers and buy a bunch of stock they don't own. The CEO is held by legal rules that can throw him in jail, lose his money, lose his company, while the criminals get a free run. And you have to decide, well, the stock price would be up if the news were good. I don't agree with you, but if that's what you think, then I guess you act on it. I think if you let your impatience and you let the red every day say to you, well, this makes no sense. This company is going to be worth billions of dollars conceivably, and they can't pay their lawyers. Who knows if that's the issue? They can't get better result. They can't hire a facilitator down at the regulator's office. We don't know if that's the issue. They can't fly into Toronto and knock some heads together and get the AIP deal done. We don't know what the issue is. But if you see this delay as a complete failure of the company, well, maybe Genius Brands is a better place to be. Well, maybe Finger Motion's better. They go out and hire a promoter every day. Ask yourself, do you want to be with a company that needs to go hire the Charm Boys? Is that where you want your money? They communicate every day. Hey, you can do it. Go where the communication flows. But I can't go along with that. I think, for me, I was told by February 11th in a press release that the company entered in negotiations to buy AIP. Now, they put MOU in the title, which is a huge mistake. They said they'd settle it up in a few weeks. Again, a huge mistake. They said they'd do an acquisition, a huge mistake. And they said they'd get to an LOI, huge mistake. And they hired Canaccord Genuity, who is the go-to short investment bank in Canada. But what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? You have no choice but to announce those things. And that's what the system is set up to short against. And I wouldn't put it, well, Canaccord owns all this stock. Canaccord's on the, yes, it is, but there's somebody. Canaccord's 3,000 people. So we're under constant daily attack now for a year, 10 months, 11 months. Every time the stock goes up, they redouble their efforts to sell. And the company doesn't help even tell us, which to me, when you read this presentation, which I've tried to show it to you over and over and over again, but it doesn't seem to register. This document is just dynamic with its information, and it's from Railtown. But it's not in the form of a press release. It's not in the form of research. And you got to put 2 and 2 together. And, well, if it's so good, why isn't the stock price up? Well, the large institutions, the insiders, the whales, board of directors, lawyers, accountants, and any consultants at Railtown cannot buy. They're not allowed to buy. The insiders, the large investors, board members, founders, attorneys, consultants, etc., at AIP Partners, they're not allowed to buy. In 170 companies, the same thing, board members, insiders, large investors, people involved in the discussion of negotiation, documents changing hands, explaining that this is the future of the company, this is what they can't buy. Canaccord, all of their brokers, whether it's institutional or retail, they cannot solicit orders. They can't tell the story to anybody. They're one of the top 4, one of the top 5 institutional brokerage houses in Canada. They're the only one that knows the story. They're not inviting TD Ameritrade in. They're not inviting Bank of Montreal in. They're not inviting in Fidelity. They're not inviting in Merrill Lynch. They're the only ones that know this information. And while it's yeah, but if the news is good, something's wrong. Something's wrong. If the news was good, why aren't they putting out revenue? If the news is good, somebody be buying. I just told you all the people that would have cause to know can't buy. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. All right, okay. So there's another issue. You may disagree with me. You may disagree with me. But I think I'm going to go with the fact that they can't buy the stock right now. So then the question is, what does it really mean if Railtown missed this so-called window, that was my word, of banking and money flowing and all that? What does it really mean? Well, I think it probably doesn't mean a lot on the banking side because Railtown doesn't need any money. They don't need any money, maybe to pay lawyers. That's a joke. I don't think it's going to affect their progress one way or the other. They don't need to raise money. Will the market still be as hot and bothered over AI next year? I listened to a presentation on Meta, which I couldn't tell if it was one of these AI snap together things or if it was really real. But it made sense, you know. I listened. You listen to it like you read you read the Washington Post, you know that it might have a slant. And then I followed it up by looking at various news stories on Facebook. And one thing that's clear to me is Zuckerberg lost a lot of money in Meta. And now he's making a huge commitment to AI. And you can be on both sides of that argument. You can say, well, that's good. He's going to lose money there. Or it's good that he's keeping up with everybody, because if he doesn't, he's going to be obsolete. And who knows how hard it is to replace Facebook with AI. I don't know. It looks like it's got a huge base revenue company in Facebook. But one thing Zuckerberg said and I don't remember where it was, so I can't show it to you, but they're going to spend a lot of money on AI next year. He's going to do it. Just because there's negative press. So I think that the AI spend is going to continue into 2026. I think the race to acquire the best of the best AI companies is going to continue into the first, second, and third quarter of next year, all things being equal. But that's the rub. That's the rub. There's a lot of fear out there in the markets right now. And everybody's talking about a crash. Everybody's talking about the dollar's going to disappear. Everybody's talking about whatever's in the headlines. Well, I think behind the headlines, there's 2 or 3 things or 4 that could be frightening. The repo markets apparently are in trouble. This might be because of the government shutdown. I don't know. The Chinese market, I think, is in enormous trouble. The banking system. That could surprise us. Even the carry trade out of Japan could be a surprise. These things. Private equity, there's implosions going on. And these guys aren't any smarter than anybody else. They just use leverage to gun their rates of return. So far, it's contained. But if there's a panic, that's tough. That's tough. Earthquakes everywhere. It seems like the sun is doing something. It seems like we're under a lot of pressure from, I don't know the word, solar winds. But anyway, around the globe, it feels like you hear a lot more about earthquakes and volcanoes right now, but maybe that's just my news feed. But you know, if you had an earthquake in Taiwan or one in Palo Alto, or both, the markets would crash. So there is a risk of some exogenous Deus ex machina event that shuts the capital markets, shuts the markets for 5 years, a decade. And that's just life. That's just life. I personally don't think it's going to, well, I can't talk about earthquakes, but I don't think this market is the beginning of a crash. The United States still has enormous resources and reserves and great power. The dollar is still preeminent and powerful. And I think if things get alarming, the Fed and the government, the banks, are going to do something. We'll see if they get it right or not. But I still stick by, I think the stock market is going to rise over the next months. But that's a risk. I don't know how you avoid that risk. Do you go over to Genius Brands? Do you go to cash? If everything collapses, even cash isn't going to be where you want to be. So I don't know. That risk of a complete shutdown in U.S. markets, I don't know how to protect against it other than owning physical junk silver. I don't really know how to protect against that. I think I've tried to go through every single negative I can think about Railtown. And I simply cannot join in with anyone who is telling me that the delay in paperwork, let's call it that, reflects on the fundamentals of the company. It doesn't make any sense to me. So I can't go along with it. But if you believe that the delay in paperwork is the reflection of the leadership of the company, and therefore the leadership doesn't know what the hey they're doing, and therefore if they can't get a document through the regulators, how are they going to manage a multi-billion-dollar company? Well, it's just a different point of view. I would argue that that idea gives a lot of credence to my sense, and it's only my sense. No one's told me this, but I think the company could be purchased by a Microsoft or by a NVIDIA a lot sooner than everyone's thinking. On the buyer side, they want to win the arms race. On the seller side, Railtown, they need the resources, the personnel, the know-how, the technology, the capital, the clients. So those concerns actually increase my enthusiasm to say that I think the company gets bought out pretty relatively quickly. All right, so now I've gone through, I guess, every negative I can think of. It is frustrating. I'm not saying it. Stock's 40 cents, 39.85. No volume, but it's red. Let's put the pressure on. You guys were asking me yesterday about a company. I think I wrote it down. Netramark AI, that Rebecca Kurzweil interviewed the guy. Look, Rebecca has her own business. I think it's called Bella Capital. And it's based on her skills of interviewing companies. I think it's a great idea. She's gonna become a mainstay. She represents, as far as I can see, two companies, Railtown and a silver company or something like that. But she wants more clients. So she interviews CEOs. She wants you to be in her data list, but she's employed or hired as a consultant, an IR consultant. In her interview, she says she does not work for the firm. She's not an insider. She's hired. So the fact that she's doing other interviews doesn't say anything negative about Railtown. Look, you've got to make a decision. If you're uncomfortable with the stock, okay, I can't fight it anymore. But if you're looking for something that's an aha, that's what's wrong here, I I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see it. Railtown's not unique in things taking time. Railtown's not unique in having a merger take a long time. Railtown's not unique in having its events run into the holidays. These are things that happen. So anyway, all right, let's go to the positives. Let's go to the positives. What I want to do is I want to talk about revenue. Let's assume Railtown has totally screwed up, and the world is going to face dire markets from December until June. 6 months of just uncertainty. What's going on with their revenues? Well, no one cares. You don't care. But they signed a deal with TELUS. You see it here? TELUS? To share revenue on all of TELUS's clients at their data center who use Conductor, the Conductor platform. Well, if Conductor was so good, the stock would already be up. Really? Really? I don't know. I argue from February 11th through today, they haven't been able to tell their story out loud and proud. But if the other side of that argument is, baloney. If the news is good, it gets out, and the stock would be up. I don't know. I see this opportunity. You're able to buy the stock at 40 cents. If everything were perfect, it'd already be $5, $6. And you wouldn't have the chance to buy it. But then you'd know that things look good. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Except that I'm on the side that paperwork doesn't change what's going on fundamentally in the company. I don't think the company owes us any updates by right. They got to focus on what they're doing. Anyway, I'm not going to repeat myself. I'll just say the same thing over and over again. But they just announced this deal with TELUS to revenue share. One aspect to that, which is in this presentation, I'm not making that up, but let me show you this first. There's 180 affiliates which are going to belong to Railtown. Railtown is buying that network. The affiliates won't belong yet, but this AI Partnership Corporation will belong to Railtown. And they're going to use Conductor. All of these Conductor tools are going to be the interface to host their customers and their demand for compute, as it's called, on the TELUS Sovereign AI Factory, and they're going to have shared revenue. Oh, if that's true, the stock would be up. Really? I don't know. I don't know. I think it's weird. Sometimes you gotta tell your story more than once before the penny drops. Sometimes you just gotta be able to tell your story. But if you're telling your story to people that can't buy the stock, I don't know. I just don't know what to say anymore. I don't buy that argument. I think the stock being 39 cents is an opportunity to buy the stock. Others say, oh no, the sky is falling. I don't see that. Okay, here on this page, right here, in blue, it says, I'm not going to read it the way an attorney would write it. They're going to move the hosting of these affiliates, whether the affiliates are acquired or not acquired. They're going to move all the hosting from other hyperscalers to the TELUS AI factory. They're going to move it all. Now, will it all get done at the same time? Probably not. Are there breakup fees? Probably. Are they going to have to lower the costs? Probably. Whatever. But remember, this network offers each of the companies conductors platform. If that was any good, the stock would be up. All right, I can't fight it. I cannot fight that negativity. I believe the conductor the conductor platform is revolutionary. But if the stock price isn't showing it, therefore it's not. I can't buy into that. There's an inefficiency in information flow, and this is not a real market for this stock. All you're seeing all day is cheating and selling and nipping. You're not seeing real buying. Yes, we bought, but I think the stock is priced in Canada, and I would argue not. There's somebody's buying the stock, but I don't think you've begun to see Mavericks buy it or Omer's buy it or the Fidelity AI fund, if there's such a thing, buy it. All you need is one fund buying 5 million shares, and this is a different price, but it's not there yet. Therefore, something must be wrong. I can't fight that attitude. I can't. I just can't. I don't agree. Is it painful to wait? Yes. Do you wish that they could have gotten the AIP deal accomplished more quickly? Yes. I've dealt with bureaucrats. I've dealt with attorneys. And I'll tell you one thing. You never have any control on how long it takes, ever. And if you get upset, it takes longer. If you put on pressure, it takes longer. I don't know the answer. Okay, so the one thing I want to do right now is imagine revenue with the information we already have. I'll pretend to be an analyst, which I'm not. But let's just try to figure out revenue with information we know. So we know it's 180 companies. We know they're going to move the hosting. Now let me ask you something. According to Tony, the tiptoeing tiger, you have to wait to book these revenues for the stock price to go up. If that's how you see it, you're wrong, but you factor that into your decision. As long as there's an arms race for these good companies, well, there's no evidence this is a good company. If it were a good company, the price would be up. There's something wrong. I don't have anything to fight that point of view right now. I just don't. I have to wait till AIP closes and then test the theory that there are buyers there that haven't been able to buy because they've had to wait till AIP closes. Unless there's another issue. There may be another issue that they can't buy. I don't know. But I think there's a lot of revenue at Rail Town. This AIP deal, we're getting all upset that I am, not you, I am, getting upset that the deal is taking so long. So then we're measuring the deal because of attorneys or regulators or an inefficient office somewhere at AIP or Railtown or one of the key signatories, elderly parent fell and is in the hospital and can't sign whatever document. We're blaming all of those endless delays. To know what it is. No trading desks, no market makers, no retail buying under $5. There's no buying. Canada's a little different, but it's still basically true. But there is research in Canada for low price stocks, and there are some buyers for low price stocks. And the retail desks and the trading desks at some firms do cover low price stocks in Canada. But we haven't seen that yet. Well, if it were good news, you'd see it already. I can't. I don't know what to answer to that. So these 180 companies are going to move their hosting to TELUS. Where there is a co-revenue deal with Railtown. So what do we know? What do we know? Before I get there, if you go along with Tony the Tiger and you think that the revenue needs to be booked before the stock goes up, I don't think you're understanding the dynamics of the AI space. One of the competitors to Railtown, Langchain, which it's kind of frightening actually, because Langchain's not as good as Railtown, but they just say they are. Nobody knows about Railtown. And you've got Sequoia Capital behind you saying to the world, Langchain's it. Well, that's a risk. But hopefully, I mean, that's already happened. We can't do anything about it now. Hopefully Railtown will get out and tell their story soon. But until then, Langchain is the best comparable company. They essentially do the same thing Railtown does. I don't think as comprehensively, I don't think as well, and I don't think as universally, and I don't think as vertically. But what the hell do I really mean that? What the hell do I know? But Langchain raised $1 million on revenue in June. June's revenues. June. Annualizing, not the whole month of June, during June, annualizing in a range of 12 million to 16 million for this year. On that figure alone, partial revenue for June, which annualizes in a range 12 million to 16 million, and they're not making any money. Is that a reflection on management? I don't know. Don't know. They raised 125 million at a valuation of 1.25 billion. So let's see. And so that, I think, goes with my point of view, not Tony Tiptoe, that you don't have to book the revenue. It just has to be visible, believable, at least to this crowd, for the next period of time. Hell, to value the company at 1.25 billion on a midpoint of 14 million in annualized revenue, it's a big number. So let's look at, just for fun, let's look at the source of revenue for Railtown. What do we know? I just showed you this. 120 million in hosting. Now, this says 170 affiliates up here. You see that? 170. We already know it's over 180 because it's in the documents. They have both numbers. So that 120 is probably low now. If you've added 10 or 15 companies, it's probably low. Might be low by $15 million. Each of these companies is growing. So their demand for, I hate the word, compute is growing. But let's just go with the 120 here. This is what is on hosting. $120 million. We know that. It's in the presentation if you look at it. 120 million spent on hosting, 180 companies. That number is based on 170 companies. But anyway. And this to tell us. Now, does it matter if it moves in 30 days, 90 days, 6 months? Probably not. Probably not. What matters is they can project it. Will it transfer at 120 million? Again, probably not, because they're going to have to offer a discount, I would think. And it says so here. It says move 120 million per year with various hyperscalers to a common lower cost platform. So that revenue is going to go down. On the other hand, it's more companies and it should be growing. But let's concede and let's say we start with 100 million. I knocked 20 million off. So we'll start with 100 million that's going to be transferred to TELUS that is going to share revenue with Railtown. Now, what is that going to cost Railtown? Nothing. Nothing. So it's highly profitable. It's probably profitable at 99%, percent of it. Other than accounting, record keeping, It's 100% margin on that fee, that co-shared. So let's use 100 million. There's $100 million spent to host, but now it's going to be on TELUS. It's going to be on TELUS. So because AIP is owned by Railtown, that's an expense. But when it's spent on TELUS, TELUS is going to be giving a revenue share to the parent company, Railtown. So that's in. So what number do we think is worth the while for Railtown to enter into this agreement? 5%? I don't know that that would be all that exciting. 10% maybe. You know, something like 25%, I think is too much. So I don't think 10%'s enough. So what do you think? 10, 12 and a half, 15, 20, 17 and a half? Let's just use 12.5%. So out of the 100 million, 12.5% will go to TELUS. So what does that mean? We know, we have this knowledge, which the shorts don't care about. That stock price is not telling us anything. That's just shorts hoping that you sell so they can collapse the price and make $1,000 today. It's not long-term thinking. It's a systemic steal that's allowed. But it's not telling you anything about revenues. You have to do that work yourself, and then you have to believe it. And when it's read every day, you can't tell yourself that's telling you something about the fundamentals of the company. Or maybe you can. You just got to pick a side to the argument. I know the side I pick. So that means on hosting, I think we can project that Railtown will have 12.5 million forward 12 months that they can talk about sometime first quarter, second quarter next year as they move the hosting from other hyperscalers to TELUS. It'll take a while, but they'll be able to talk about 12.5 million at 100%, essentially 100% margin. What does that mean? What does that mean? That means they'll be taking in $1 million a month in cash flow from this. Now, do you see this number, 12.5 million? Langchain, based on partial of June, annualizing at between 12 and 16 million, raised money priced at 1.25 billion. Well, yes, this is at the low end of that, but Langchain makes no money. Yeah, but Langchain's first out there. They got Sequoia behind them. Their management is great. They're great. They're not trying to buy AIP. a 90 multiple. Okay, all right, I'll buy it. I'll buy all the negativity. All the negativity you want to throw there. Let's say, what is this 12 and a half worth? It's not worth as much as Langchain, because Langchain has management that knows what they're doing. Railtown, obviously, because the company is taking forever to get the AIP deal papered up, management doesn't know what they're doing. Okay, so it doesn't deserve 90. What about 50? Would you go with 50x? I think that's a number we can agree on. So on that 12.5 million, we'll use 50x. That values the company at $625 million. And by the way, they don't have to issue any shares to do that. So we'll use 225 million shares. Conceptually, that 50x you be negative and say it's only 25, it's 138 a share. If you want to be more negative, it's still worth more than the stock is trading today. That's just hosting. All right, I'm going to write that down. I want to keep a list. We're going to call it 12.5 million from hosting, and I used 50x on that. All right, now what other things do we know about revenue? What are the things we know? Not what are the shorts trying to scare you by constantly keeping the pressure on the stock. What else do we know? Well, there's one other bit of information we know. I don't think it's on this page. I think it's on this more cluttered page, I think. Let's see. It's on this page. This is Railtown AI Technologies and AI Partnership, a transformational coming together. Right here, I'll try to show it to you. Right here, they have AI-driven affiliates with 400 million in annual sales. Okay, now I've got to show you their strategy, which is here somewhere. Yeah, here it is. So this is AIP Partnerships at a glance. And we know that the idea behind AI partnerships is to imitate Constellation, the roll-up strategy. It's not unique to Constellation Software, but they are one of the most effective practitioners of the strategy ever. If the company were in the United States, it would rival Warren Buffett for attention. But it's in Canada, and they have to fight with curling and hockey to get any press at all. So anyway, on this page, AI Partnerships at a glance, again, they have the $400 million number, and they say they're going to do accretive cash flow purchases. So in other words, they're going to buy these private companies at a discount, resulting in accretive cash flows to the company. Well, we know it's 400 million, but what's the plan right here? They announce an acquisition plan. They've already identified 3 to 5 shortlisted acquisition targets. Which they're familiar with. I don't know if it's right here. Yeah, here it is. Leveraging experience working with these companies, supporting these companies intimately. All right, so what do we know about revenue or law of large numbers? We know if you start with 400 million, in general, revenue from here it says 170. It's very strange. Right here it says 170 companies, and over here it says 180. I guess let's just be conservative and say it's 180 companies that do 400 million. So these are this is revenue coming from 180 companies. What do we know? What can we ascertain about that as a rule of thumb? We know that 80% of your business comes from 20% of your customers. The 80-20 rule. 80% of 400 million from 20% of that. That's one thing we know. What's another thing we know? We know from the excellent interview by Bella Capital, Rebecca Kurzweil, on the midday report with Dr. Tom Core. We know that these 180 companies, on average, do between 2, 3, 4, and even 5 million in annual revenue. It's an average, so we don't know how many do nothing or are junky, don't have a website, it's all crap. Okay, if you want to go down that path, I can't help you. But if you want to see that in fact there's 400 million here, something's got to be right. I think we can, there's something to talk about. So I did my own studies. I showed you. I think I did it with 3 separate sets. And yeah, when you Google, they list the names of the affiliates. And I just went to use Google's little amateur AI that's not as good as chat and the rest. And I just said, what? And I don't type like that. I type like this. I said, what is the revenue of ABC AI company? And I got answers. And you know what? In broad brush, it confirmed these numbers. Yes, there were plenty of companies that didn't have much. They're startups. And that's the advantage of the network. And the network will show them how to improve their image and all that. So anyway, we know the 80-20 rule. And we know in general, they do 2, 3, 4, even 5 million per year. We know those 2 things. So let's start with the lowest one first, to be conservative. They say here they've identified 3 to 5 that they've shortlisted. Well, let's just go with this. It's 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's just assume those do 3 million a year. Not 2 million, but not 4 or 5, just 3 million a year. Well, it's pretty easy. you've got 5 companies at $3 million a year. Those 5 companies, one acquired, will do 15 million in annual recurring revenue under that measure, under those assumptions. I would guess that because they have to pay for hosting, I'll just say it's a 40% margin. But I don't know. But I think it'll be a high margin. They'll make money on this. So that's one way of measuring the revenues. What's the other way is the 80-20 rule. Well, 80% of 400 million is 320 million. And 20% of 180 is 36 companies. Now, I suppose what you could do is do the 80-20 rule again, but I think that's a little bit, that's pressing our luck. So what could we do? We could divide 320 by 36 and get an average, but I don't think that'd be very accurate either. So what else could we do? I'm really at a loss what to do. We could, I mean, I would assume they're going to run the best 3 to 5 companies, but the best might be more than just revenue. It might also be who they work well with. So 36 companies, let's just get a number, 320 million divided by 36. That's 8 million, 9 million a company. And we used 3 million on the other one. See, I think that is low because they're going to buy the best. What's 20% of 320? $64 million. And that's not the way to do it. What's 80% of 320? $256, and 20% of 36 is 7 companies. A little bit more than 7 companies. So that'd be 35 million each. That seems very high. I'm gonna I don't know where to start on these 3 to 5 companies under this scenario. It's going to be a big number. Doing this little arithmetic, I get 35 million each company. I think that's probably a little bit aggressive. 10 million probably is reasonable. Why don't we just be conservative and just say 5 million per company? I think it's a lot higher than that. So 25 million ARR from those 3 to 5 companies. And the other way I got was 15 million. 15 million, 25 million, let's just call it 20 million on average. I think that's low. But let's just say, for purposes of our discussion, that they're already identified companies, 3 to 5, are going to bring in 20 million ARR. This is from roll-ups, initial roll-ups, not all roll-ups, just initial roll-ups, 20 million. So I'm going to write that down. I think that's a number you can count on. I think it's very conservative, extremely conservative. So roll-ups, we know that. That's what I'm assigning, 20 million. This is initial. That's 3 to 5 companies at a very low level out of 180. So there's a lot more to go. All right, what other revenue is there that we know about? What other revenue is out there that we know about? Well, they announced that in the AIP network, there's 5,000 companies, end users. Here it is, right here. 5,000 companies, end users. And they, in press releases and in laudatory statements, they said that Conductor is going to be the platform that provides the cross-selling advantages to this network. Of course, they had their own interface, but it's clear that Conductor is going to supersede that. So it's 5,000 companies they're going to cross-sell to, and they've already had 10 months to do that. What do you think's a reasonable number of those companies that are ready to go? Considering that Dr. Tom Kaur said that Conductor has a fit across our entire network. Considering that Mike Nobrega and John Ruffalo, when they saw Conductor, told Railtown, buy us. And then the network, the concept of the network, they curated the companies carefully so that they had something to cross-pollinate with. They all are of a set. And they're going to cross-sell. What do you think out of 5,000 end customers, how many companies would Railtown have already maybe come close to signing up that we could expect a revenue agreement with, let's say, in the first 6 months of the next year? Remember, you're just trying to project forward. I don't know. Out of 5,000, you think it's 5 companies? Remember, there's a campaign in the network. They have a monthly newsletter. They cross-populate. They're all interconnected with not just their brains, but their computers and their AI. What's the number? 5? 10? 20? 50? Let's just say, can we agree on 10 companies out of 5,000? 10? Or should I say 15? Or 20? Or 12? Or 25? let's say 15 companies out of the 5,000 sign up for Conductor with separate enterprise sales agreements. 15 out of 5,000. And remember, a lot of them are going to be using Conductor anyway, and there's going to be revenue there. But I'm just talking about that there's some arrangement with the parent company, Railtown, and the underlying network company, whether it joins, whether it's rolled up or not, they use the services in some capacity. And I don't know, let's just say it's 500,000 per year. So that works out to 7.5 million. Oh, you're just making all this up. You don't know? No, I don't know. You're right. I don't know. But 15 companies out of 5,000. Why did I put million? 15 companies out of 5 million sign up for enterprise sales agreement with Railtown out of 5,000. 500,000 a pop. That's 7.5 million, I think. Or am I too high? 500,000 times 15, 7.5 million. So I'm going to put that down. This is revenue directly to Railtown by enterprise sales agreements with 15 of the 5,000 AIP companies at 500 each. So it's 7.5 million. Now the next one's going to be a bit, you might say, well, if it's so great, why isn't it show up already? But the next one is Railtown's already announced 6 or 7 revenue deals without revenue. Do you think any of those are going to lead to revenue? I can't remember the names. One was Uniserve, one was begin with an I think. Ignite. I can't remember them all. So they've already announced some revenue deals. And do you think they announced them because they're not going to do any revenue, or are they going to do some revenue? Let's just look at Uniserve. Uniserve, oh, it's a shit company, shit website. It's shit. All right, I got it. But Uniserve's software, Uniserve Computers, which has been around for 20-some years, has 3,000 clients who are small to medium-sized businesses. 3,000. What if they signed up 10 of those companies over the first 6 months of next year? Just 10 of those companies. And instead of 500,000 in revenue a year, let's just say 250,000 in revenue each. So that's $2.5 million. That sounds low to me. But let's say that for the revenue deals that have been announced so far in press releases by Railtown, the only thing we're going to calculate is out of the 3,000 companies in Uniserve, 10 are going to sign up for 250,000 a year. Oh, that's too high. Is that really too high? I'm ignoring all the other deals altogether. So that's 2.5 million. I'm going to add that. That's the Railtown already announced, already PR'd revenue deals. So we know that they've announced those. What we don't know is, what does it mean? So I'm trying to give a low number there. I think it's very low. For all of those deals, I just focused just on Uniserv, 10 companies out of 3,000 doing 250 a year. So that's 2.5 million. Now, where else can Railtown make revenue that we don't know about and can't know about? Well, one area is their pipeline. Outside of AIP. I don't know what to give that. They've attended 1, 2, 3, 4 conferences minimum, maybe 5. Their websites are live and running. They just hosted, as I'm Almost Legend pointed out, they just hosted a trial run. They've commercialized conductor, lang tracks, and rail tracks. And if you believe it, they're first to market with a solution. So what can we assume in the first quarter of next year that they could project in revenues for 2026 from their pipeline outside of the AIP companies and outside of the announcements they've already made? Things we don't know about. I have no idea. Is it 5 million, 10 million, 20 million? Is it 10 new companies that are smallish, one company that's big? I have no idea. So I'm just going to give that, this is very low. I'm just going to give that $1 million in ARR. I think that's very low. So let's write that down. Railtown pipeline X AIP. I'm picking a ridiculously low number, $1 million. That could easily be 50 million. I'll use 1 million. All right, what else could Railtown make money on that we're not thinking about? And what has been disclosed to us in this presentation, November presentation? The Railtown revenue model, which I've shown you many times, but let me read it to you. Railtown AI Technologies is monetizing its newly announced partnership with TELUS through deployment of our agentic frameworks within TELUS's sovereign AI data factory. So what does that mean? Railtown is going to monetize their partnership with TELUS. Railtown's tools in the TELUS sovereign AI data factory. Does that mean 100% coverage of all clients that come into the data factory, or just the ones that Railtown brings in, or is it somewhere in between? Let's keep reading. While TELUS provides the hosting and compute infrastructure for large language models, Railtown contributes its proprietary agent frameworks. Well, that could be that TELUS needs Conductor for everything that it offers all customers hosting on TELUS, or it means that the customers Railtown brings in needs TELUS. So we still don't quite have an answer. Is it just specific to revenue that Railtown brings, clients that Railtown brings, or is TELUS going to put some or all of its own clients on Conductor too? So let's keep reading. Like TELUS require developer tools to make their hosted LLMs truly usable. So unless TELUS uses Conductor, TELUS's hosted large language models are not useful. They're not usable. All right, so where is TELUS going to go get developer tools? Tools that enable creation, orchestration, management of autonomous AI agents. Are they going to go to LangChain? That's Palo Alto. That's Sequoia Capital. That's some other American investment arms of American hyperscalers. Where is TELUS in this Canadian sovereign factory going to go to solve this problem? Hyperscalers like TELUS require frameworks or developer toolkits to make their hosted LLMs truly usable. Where are they going to go? We know there's competition for Railtown, apparently. At least that's what Sequoia is promoting, that LangChain does. But we also know there's a mission in Canada that whatever happens in Canada stays in Canada. So if TELUS has a choice between directing her customers to LangChain or Conductor, who they just entered into this agreement with, who do you think TELUS is going to use? I think you're right. The other one that's listed is Google has something. But Google, again, is a United States-based company, and it has a reputation for data violation and censorship that apparently Canada wants to avoid. Well, they want to avoid US censorship. So it continues. It is extremely challenging for customers to build, deploy, and interact with AI agents effectively. By combining TELUS's secure domestic AI compute environment With Railtown's frameworks, customers can efficiently build and deploy AI agents while ensuring their data remains within Canadian borders. So which interface, if I can use that word, is TELUS going to direct its business to? LangChain, Google, or Railtown? I guess we really don't know. I know that TELUS is a $30 billion company approximately, doing $20 billion in revenue. But I don't know what that data center is going to do in revenue. I have no idea. But it is large, it's built, it's energy efficient, it's built with NVIDIA chips, and it's dedicated to Canada. And there's a second one they're building. I just have no idea. But I see two sources of revenue sharing outside of the transfer of the AIP spend. I see two sources. One is any new clientele that TELUS brings. Yes, TELUS, but I meant to say Railtown. Any new clients that Railtown brings. But the big one is TELUS. If TELUS tells their own, you run it through Conductor, those are two sources, and that could be huge, I think. I think it could be huge. But what should I use? I used for hosting transfer, I used 12.5 million from AIP. I'm going to use for those two sources, and again, this is just forward predictions, sometime in the first quarter / second quarter. I'm going to say TELUS hosting of TELUS customers using Conductor, and TELUS hosting of brand new rail customers. In other words, X AIP. I'm just going to put 9 million. It's not a big number. 9 million for that. Now let me think if there's anything else, any other revenue source that we know about from public information. We have the roll-ups, which could be massive. We have the revenue share from changing hosting from AIP. We have new business, old business. Yeah, that seems to be everything. So let's add that up. Let's add it up. And I think I've been conservative. But if you think I'm not, we can discount it. Well, if this is true, why isn't it in the price? Vacation, I've been through it. That's 52,500,000. you're probably not going to be able to read this, but hosting from AIP, 12 million. Roll-ups, again, this is first quarter / second quarter. Forward projection, roll-ups, 20 million. I think it's very low. I think that's very low. I can't read backwards. Oh, rail towns getting earning. Enterprise sales agreements with 15 of the 5,000 AIP companies, 7.5 million at 500 a year. Railtown, in their announcements, they've announced 6-7 deals already, but I just focused on the one, Uniserve, and assumed 10 companies out of 3,000 at 250 a year. So that's 2.5 million. I assume Railtown's pipeline outside of AIP, I picked a really low number, 1 million. I think that's ridiculously low. And then the hosting environment on the AI, the sovereign AI factory, I assume TELUS is going to recommend. Here, I showed that to you. Upsell, TELUS, upsell to Conductor, upsell, TELUS, upsell to Conductor. They use Conductor, they go back to host and to use the data center. This is a lot of good information that's not in the stock price, which gives you a chance to buy it or be negative. I mean, it's up to you. You can be negative because the stock price is telling you something, or you can look at the information and say that stock price is wrong. So it says upsell to Conductor platform. Well, I used 9 million there. I think that's low. So it all totals 52,500,000 ARR. Let's say end of first quarter, beginning of second quarter. They can project that forward for 12 months. What would the stock be worth? What would the stock be worth? Well, one example, the perfect comp, is what Sequoia just Langchain at an estimated 12 to 16 million annual recurring revenues at that snapshot in time, making no money. So I would say we should use the midpoint between 12 and 16. That's 14 million. You might say that's being too kind. Let's use 15 million. Hell, let's use 16. Let's use 16 million. So 1.25 divided by 16 gives you a 78 multiple. So one of our comps is 78x. That's Langchain. Another one of our comps is SoundHound. It's not a perfect match in And it's been really, the price is really down. So this is good. This is a good conservative comparison. SoundHound makes no money. It is AI, and its current market cap is 5.56 billion. But next year's estimated revenue next year, somewhere around 168 million, give or take. Let's call it 175. That's being conservative on 5.56 billion. Divided by revenue of 175 million, which might be a slightly high, but they don't make any money. That gives a 31.77 multiple. Let's just call it 31. So we have that. And let's pick another. We know deals have recently been valued as high as 205, 250x. We know deals have been done at 150 and 100x. We know deals have been done sort of 50, 75x. Let's just put one in at 25x. So we've got three multiples. And let's figure out what the stock would be worth end of first quarter, beginning of second quarter, with the revenues, which I think I've been extremely conservative on, that have been expressed to us in PRs in this. We can make these calculations. So 52.5 times 78 that's 4 billion. How can a $1 billion company be run by a bunch of lunkheads who don't know how to get AI quickly? I don't have an answer for that. If that's an issue, I don't have an answer. So we know the company has 225 million shares out. The roll-ups, I used a low number for the roll-ups. So I'm going to assume there's 250 million shares. Yeah, I'm going to use 250 million shares. We can adjust this. You know, you might think there'll be more than that. But if they're just rolling up 3 to 5 companies and they still have to roll up all the rest of them, I don't think they're going to use more than 25 million shares. So we'll call it 250 million shares as the divisor. The Lang Chang number will be the highest. Let's use the SoundHound number next, 52. SoundHound number is 31. So it's only 1,600,000. I think these are, I'm trying to be, forward thinking, but I'm also trying to be, I think, conservative. Yeah, but if any of it were true, they would have gotten the AIP deal done by now. I don't have a comeback. I don't have a comeback to that. I wish I hadn't picked 25x. It's going to look bad, but let's just be conservative. Let's be conservative. Yeah, it's not going to look exciting. It's as good as Lang Chain currently. It's 1.312 billion. And again, I'll use 250 million shares, which might be high. All right, so I just tried to show you, based on information we currently have, that the shorts are not paying attention to. That's not their goal. The shorts just do this every day. Rat-a-tat-tat. These are the numbers I come up with using the Lang Chain multiple Sequoia picked. You got a $16 stock at the end of the first quarter. Using Sound stock at the end of the first quarter, and just using 25 to be I think all of this is extremely conservative. Extremely conservative. I think the hosting revenue could be, if you use, I don't know, assume that over the course of a year, that could be projected at, I don't know, 200 million. You've got 25 million there. The roll-ups, they could bring in 100 million in revenue from the roll-ups. All I'm talking about is forward projections. The 5,000 Railtown / AIP end users, I don't know, they could easily get 100 or 200 of those using Railtown instead of 15. The already announced revenue deals, 6 or 7 of them, if they were each worth, $1 million or $2 million, this $2.5 million looks puny, but they could each be worth much more than that. I don't know. The Railtown pipeline that we haven't heard of, I put down $1 million. That could be 25 million or more. The TELUS hosting, TELUS isn't a small company. They've got something like, I can't remember, 130 million users. Of course, most of those are just individuals like me, with an internet connection. But, just from that, 9 million revenue sharing, that could be 50 million. So I think, guys, what I'm trying to show you, and girls, is if we can look beyond vacation, if we can look beyond the fact that paperwork is taking so long, in the first or second quarter, I think 16.6, $5 a share are minimums. I don't think these are outlandish targets at all. I mean, if you took If you took 150x to allow for growth, which is what these companies are trading for, you got a $32 stock. But that's based on a target that's so low. I think that Railtown in the first quarter / second quarter could easily project 150 to 200 million forward. Just from these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 areas of revenue that I think I was extremely conservative with. All right, so I bored you. I bored you with my revenue. But I think when we get caught up in the fact that the stock is red every day and we get anxious and we think, oh, the companies should be communicating with us. They don't know us anything. They got to do it right. Remember, this company is going to be bought by Microsoft or NVIDIA or Constellation Software. They have to lay the foundation correctly. That's my opinion. Also, they're long. If they do anything wrong, like promote their stock, they go to jail. If shorts do anything wrong, hey, cash your checks. Buy a baseball team. So it's just the hell we're in, that we have to wait. If we can look past that and look past vacation time, I still think the stock will be up this year. If I had to guess, it'll be $1.50 to $2.25 in December. But man, they got to get going on announcing or filing AIP, and then get going on research, and then maybe giving color on revenue to institutions, to bankers, to research analysts. They don't have to tell us publicly if that's a big secret, but they got to tell somebody that's going to start buying. And remember, I don't know what I'm talking about. A analyst at the Mavericks Fund will understand the magnitude of the hosting of AIP. At the Mavericks Fund, they'll understand the magnitude of the roll-ups. At the Mavericks Fund, they'll understand the size of the pipeline. They'll understand the power of the TELUS data center in sovereign Canada. And all you need is Mavericks to come in and say, we want to own 4.9% of this company. And if you assume 250 million shares, to own 4.9 150,000 shares. They're not going to do it that way. They'll do it with several brokers, or maybe they'll hire it out. Maybe their trading desk, they'll give it to Molly, and Molly will handle it. But she's not going to just call someone and say, buy me 12 million shares. But if there's 12 million shares bid for from one fund, those opportunistic shorting opportunities are going to disappear. The swing trade shorting opportunities are going to disappear. There is no steal the entire market cap hedge fund scheme going on here. So where do you think the stock goes? Where do you think the stock goes? All we've seen for 10 months is no information or low information. We haven't seen significant buying. I'm talking about Canada. I don't think our buying matters. I think our buying gets interfered with by the computerized trading. So when we go in to buy, I don't think we moved the ask. I don't know any of you who have ever moved the ask. I'm not sure any. Why? Because I think the computers are communicating, and it's either arbitrage or it's just selling stock that doesn't exist, because that's what the computers do. So I'm just talking about Canada. I don't know what an order for 12,250,000 shares would do to the stock price, but the float right now is around 105 million. Somewhere between 55 and, let's just call it 60 million, call it 55 million, is closely held by holders related to Canaccord, is what I've heard. Also, insiders, consultants, and management own another 40%. That's 40 million. Now, there may be some crossover in those numbers, but that gets us to 95 million. We own 15 million. That gives it to 110 million. The float's 105, and I'm sure there's other people out there that own the stock. Where's the price gonna go once Maverick starts buying, or once Homer starts buying? If they do, I have no idea if they're going to, but I would think they would. And if those are the ones we're waiting to buy, they can't buy while there's any perception that they're trading on insider information. Yeah, but the stock's down. Obviously, there's something wrong. I don't get it. I can't follow the reasoning. I mean, I'm not an engineer. I'm not a brainiac, but I cannot follow that reasoning. I just can't. I don't get it. I do get, because I'm this way too, I do get being disappointed, perhaps, because I don't even know if that's the explanation. But I'd be disappointed in the attorneys, but that might not be the explanation. I'd be disappointed that my office down the hall can't handle all the paperwork and I should go in there and do it myself. But then I'm thinking, wait a minute, my desk is full. I've got 35 companies that want to use conductors. So if I go down the hall, I'm going to lose those contracts. Maybe I can't go down the hall. Maybe it's just a situation where a small company that was operating on a shoestring blew up. And they're doing the best they can to handle order flow, paperwork out the wazoo in Canada. I don't know. But I'd be disappointed. Should I go higher? Should I go out and buy a bunch of temporary secretaries, or just go employ 24 MBA graduates? Well, it has an appeal, but how quickly would I take to bring them up to speed? The company's going to be sold within 9 months, in my opinion. But I'd be disappointed in all those things. But I don't get that the constant pressure from the shorts is telling me anything fundamentally. I don't get that. I take great comfort in the fact that Railtown doesn't need to go do a toxic financing. I just showed you revenue. Just from hosting alone, they can cover their overhead, I'm sure. They don't need to raise any money. So we don't have to worry about that. Of course, the stock trades as if it's an over-the-counter stock, because these computers are not smart. And the people running the computers, they're just common thugs. And I guess there's some smart guys that think somehow because they're nerds and they're just using mathematical formulas, they're not doing anything wrong. Well, guys, I'm Almost Legend is going to say that I sound negative. I sound worn out. You went on a rant for 2 hours, whatever the criticism is. And I'm not making fun of I'm Almost Legend. Um, but I'm just worn out fighting the negativity. I think the negativity is giving us a chance to build gigantic positions, which, if you're not taking advantage of, you're going to regret. I think the negativity is testing our mettle. And if you fold, I think you're going to regret it the rest of your life. I am concerned about two things. One, the holidays and the fact that institutions shut down, they're already shut down for bonuses. So it's a little confusing how we get from 50 cents to $6 in November, December. It can happen, but the holidays really, I think it's a tough row to hoe. So it moves it to the first quarter. And it concerns me because many of you, if you don't adjust to just, hey, them's the shakes, some of you might get discouraged out of the stock. And that disappoints me. I don't want anybody to lose this opportunity. These don't come around. I think Microsoft, in my lifetime, I had a shot at Microsoft. Very kind man who married the woman I was in love with. Extremely kind man. Spent hours teaching me Microsoft. That was back in probably the late '80s. No, it was probably the very early '90s, very early '90s. But I didn't act on it. I didn't act on it, and that was probably something I missed. That would have been amazing, because if I had put my clients in that, I would have kept it. I never would have sold out once it started working. But I never could bring myself to buy in as a later on, and then I moved to London and did other things, what we called venture capital, or more you know more expansively we called investment banking. Um, I can't think of another setup that I've ever seen like Railtown. Yeah, but if it's so good, why can't they get the AIP? I don't have an answer. I can make guesses. I can insult people, which I guess I've done with. I didn't mean to, but I was pretty. I was calling it the way I saw it, but it's not fair to insult people, even if you don't know them. I can't answer it. I just don't have an answer why it's so difficult to close a friendly transaction. Is it indicative that the whole company is rotten? I don't think so. I think it's just they're so busy they can't keep up with everything. But I also think for how smart they were, they might not have known what they were doing. AIP wanted to go public. And so they tried to go public, you need a certain number of shareholders. Well, they had all the money they needed with their founders and their angel round, but it wasn't enough shareholders. They're a private company. So they go out and solicit shareholders, probably not for, I don't know the terms, it's all private, but probably not for a lot of money. And I would guess not at a very high share price. And so a bunch of people take a punt. I didn't look it up. I'm sure I should have. But let's say the company needed 100 or 150 shareholders. I don't know what it needs to go public in Canada. Let's just say 100. It's easy arithmetic. And they have a bunch of founders' money. Let's say the founders were 25 people. So they need to go find 75 shareholders. And they do an offering and they find 80 shareholders. So they have over 100. They're ready to go public. But they meet, and I'm making these numbers up. I have no idea. But they meet Railtown. And they've got this issue because they are experienced. How are we going to roll up these companies without expanding our capital base to a billions and billions of shares, just like DBMM ended up with, or Northwest Bio? I don't know if they bought anybody, but you guys remember Logic. Brent said, he put it in press releases. We're going to roll up 6, 7, 8 companies. I don't remember the exact number. It's all going to be worth $1 billion. I don't remember the exact number. But when it came down to the negotiation and he needed money and he had a stock that was trading for, he did one deal, wiped out the company because the rest of them scattered. He gave away, I think, 85% of the company to one company instead of spreading, because you got to be a salesman. You got to have a common vision and you got to get a group. And I explained all this to Brent and to others, but I'm the crazy kook. You got to get a common vision. So the first group come in, not based on stock price, but based on that vision. And you don't issue so many shares to each of them. But he didn't get it done. But I'm sure AIP, they're not idiots. They looked at it and said, how are we going to do this? How are we going to go public? And how are we going to create that value? They ran into Railtown. Out of 170 plus companies, some are doing tens of millions in revenue already. They're doing 400 million in revenue collectively. Out of all those companies, Mike Norbrega, the IBM guy, sorry, I can't, I have it here. Let's get their names right. There's no sweeter sound to a man's ear than the sound of his own name or your mama's name. Pat Horgan, Dr. Tom Core, Michael Nobrega, and John Ruffalo, out of 175 or so, 400 million in revenue, some of them already doing massive revenue. They saw Conductor and said, you should buy us. Now, what does that bring to AIP? It brings the power of a company that they judge has the breakthrough technology, I'm using my own words, in AIP, in AI, Therefore, it will be valuable. It's going to be valuable. So when you go to negotiate to roll up companies, you might have a $5 stock, an $8 stock when you go roll up instead of a 40-cent stock. But what would have AIP been worth? 10 cents? 5 cents? The shorts would have destroyed it. So that's one reason Railtown, AIP said Railtown bias, but there were other companies with much more revenue than Railtown. So why did they pick it? These guys, I mean, look at these guys. Dr. Tom Core, former president and CEO of Ontario Centers of Excellence, a decade. Joint positions and president and CEO of the Accelerator Center at the Waterloo Research and Technology Park. President of commercial at the University of Waterloo. Pat Horgan, entire career at IBM, where he was focused on the implementation of AI and high performance computer initiatives with the government of Ontario. Michael Norbrega, former president and CEO of the Ontario Municipal Employees Retirement System, OMERS, one of Canada's largest pension funds. I mean, it is Canada, but it's one of Canada's largest pension funds. Served as president and CEO of OMERS infrastructure subsidiary. John Ruffalo. These are the founders of AIP. John Ruffalo, founder and managing partner of Mavericks Private Equity, who has raised somewhere between $1 billion and $1.5 billion in 2 funds for these kind of investments. They just raised $500 to $750 million in Mavericks 2 this year. He's the founder, John Ruffalo, founder of OMERS Ventures. He ran it for 8 years, OMERS Ventures. OMERS Ventures is the venture capital arm of the Ontario Municipal Employees Retirement System pension fund. He invested $500 million in 40 technology companies in North. These guys came to Conductor. They could have gone to any of the other companies and said, you buy us. Now you're going to say that the shorts know better than these guys what the future is for Conductor. Yeah, but that Railtown is terrible. They can't even get the paperwork done on AIP. That's indicative of what shit management is at Railtown. Well, wait a minute. Dr. Tom Core, Pat Horgan, Michael Norbrega, and John Ruffalo know the management at Railtown. They bet their future, their entire future, on the management at Railtown. Just because the stock is in the red and just because a regulator, a bureaucrat somewhere, is taking bloody effing forever to approve the acquisition is not a reflection on the management at Railtown. Corey Brandolini, founder, investor, 30 years of experience in high-growth software and technology companies. He has co-founded companies in spaces such as cloud storage, content delivery, networking, and PropTech. He was an angel investor and I think employed with T-Leo hits a new low. T-Leo hits a new low. Telio was acquired by Microsoft. Marwan Haddad, former CTO and VP of engineering for global award-winning PropTech cloud platform. For a decade, he led platform development for Fortune 500 companies, Microsoft and Starbucks, for example. Dr. Elliot Holtham, well, so they got a brain. Dr. Eldad founded Extract AI, Patriot One. 20 years experience developing widely adopted commercial software. Kevin O'Neill, Merrill Lynch, investment banker, decades of experience advising early stage tech companies. CEO of Extract AI, acquired by Patriot One Technologies. He has supported multiple ventures through acquisition or IPO, including companies acquired by Microsoft, AOL, Packeteer, Seasoned, and Flavored. Cameron Schuler, Chief Commercialization Officer and Vice President of Industry Innovation at the Vector AI Institute in Toronto. Executive of AMI AI Institute of Alberta. 8 years. He led one of the top ranked machine learning that they can't get this deal done. Something's wrong. I don't know what to say. Guys, I don't have an answer to that argument. But you're not going to get me to agree to it. You can't get me to agree to that argument. I think Railtown is one of the greatest opportunities to prepare yourself for what's coming in the market, the economy, and the world over the next 5 years to 15 years. And you're not going to, I've listened. I've tried to see it from all angles. And yes, I'm frustrated. You can hear it in my voice that they haven't finished that acquisition. But you know what? When they finish it, the stock's not going to go up. It won't go up. As soon as they file it, the shorts will come in pressing it down. That's all they're trying to do. There's 42,000 shares today. They've just kept it under 40 cents all day. And then if and when there's an announcement, they'll try to get it down to 38 cents so you give up. And they'll take your future account from you. They won't care. They'll go high-fiving. They made $500 that day. They made $5,000. They don't care. The reason I get upset, maybe it's just because I'm stubborn and I'm just a complete jerk, but I'm not being paid by the company. I have not received shares. I have no promise to be paid or to receive shares. No one's covering from the company. No one's covering anything in my life. I think I get worked up. I don't even know most of you, but I think I get worked up because I care about you. But does that mean I'm going to be right? Does it mean I'm just totally blindsided? I don't know. I think I'm correct. I'm giving it all the attention I can and all the effort I can. Doesn't mean I'm right. I mean, if the capital markets windows close and we have a world war or things like that, I can't control those things. Now we have a stock under $40.40. So they're going to show you that I'm completely wrong. The bid is 37.3. The ask is 39. The volume's only 2,500. So I'm guessing that's the real selling today. The other number, what was it, 44,000? That's probably all just, dark pool, crappy computerized selling. And then we've got to look at this and say that this market price is telling us something about the fundamentals at Railtown. Just be thankful. Railtown does not need to raise money. Railtown does not need to roll up those AIP companies now. They can wait till next year. This strategy that the shorts use, whether they're the day trading opportunists, the swing trading punters, or the group that tries to steal the whole market cap, it's not going to work here because that's all predicated on the company needing capital and signing a deal that destroys the company's cap table and equity and steals everything from shareholders. That's not going to happen here. So we have to ride through this storm while the paperwork doesn't get done. And I'm not going to explain why those things happen. You're dealing with a different framework of thinking than business. Well, that's a reflection on the company. I can't get out of that circle. I don't know how to get out of that circle. If this company were driving down the road as a brand new shined up Maserati, it would be $55 a share. Yeah, there's some things here. That's our arbitrage. That's our ability to pay what it's worth when compared to comps like Line Chain. This is a $5 stock. Now, Line Chain was valued by Sequoia Capital. I guarantee you everybody in there is smarter than I am. But they also get to price their own mark. But they could be low, they could be high. They're not the only ones. There's over 500 AI startups valued by financing at over $1 billion. Over 500. Railtown sits here at a market cap of 59 million. I don't know what else to tell you. Let me go down your comments. By the way, Railtown, we are at 15,535,463. 15,535,000. Pretty pounceable, huh? Pretty pounceable. These numbers can happen sooner. Lang Chain, 16. Soundhound, $6. 25X, $5. They can happen sooner than the first quarter, second quarter. They can happen very quickly. So don't take my tone of voice and my frustration as being negative, take it as frustration. I'm ready for this to move on. Gosh, I'm ready to talk about something else. But here it is, 36.88 and 38.91. So it's 67,000 shares. Call it 60,000 shares. Let's say somebody sold 60,000 shares at an average of 39. And if they can get someone to give them shares now at 37 cents, 2 cents, 67,000, but 2 cents on 60,000. Yeah, I wanted to make sure. It's $1,200. They don't have to drive a long haul truck. They don't have to clean toilets on an aircraft. They don't have to mix mortar for the sewer system. They don't have to schlop manure out of barns. They don't have to feed cows. They don't have to chop down trees. They don't have to wait tables. They don't have to cold call. They don't have to sell automobiles. They make $1,200 just by keeping the pressure on. Keep the pressure on. And they have computers to do it. And they do it here, they do it everywhere. And news isn't going to change that on Railtown. What's going to change it on Railtown is when Mavericks puts in an order, or whomever. I have no idea. Mavericks is an obvious buyer. Mavericks knows the story. They can get an override on their own requirement to not buy under $1. Mavericks is an obvious buyer, but I don't know if they're going to do it. But if they do, the stock's not 40 cents anymore. It's $4 by the time they're done. And others start buying. But right now we're in this death valley of no information, no buying from those who could, and just this daily hammering from shorts that doesn't tell you a thing. Whoever this is, 60,000 shares, average 39. If they can buy it back on the low today, well, it hasn't traded down there. But if they can get some of it off at 37, get it all off, $1,200. That's on this stock. And then they do it on 10, 20, 30, 40 others. I'm telling you. It's a great job. Yeah, but why isn't the company announcing something? Guys, they don't want to risk it all. They're not in it for 1 week's price movement, 1 month's, 10 months, obviously. I agree with you on the frustration, by the way. I don't know why a friendly deal should take a year to get done, but I don't know why. I can make my guesses, doesn't mean I'm right on any of them. One of you said it was going to go back to 38 cents. And you were right, whoever it was. Finger is up 24 cents at 151. Genius Brands is 70 cents. G-Bucks is 14.5 cents. Railtown is 38 cents, down 3 cents. Soundhound is up 13.5. And, you know, it's as simple as this. If you think the Railtown stock price is telling you something that you can rely on, Well, you have to rely on it. I don't think the stock price is telling you anything other than this systemic destruction of shareholders' equity goes on unabated. It doesn't matter about the story. It doesn't matter about the story. And we've been waiting a long time. I'd like to see you get rewarded for your wait. I don't know what else to tell you. Maybe what I can do is, I've never spoken to Corey Brandolini. Maybe I can call him. I don't know if I do it tonight. And just set up an interview so that you have something to look forward to rather than this ongoing. It's got to be frustrating to listen to me when I'm frustrated. But I think if I had money right now, I'd be buying Railtown hand over fist. But I understand waiting for news and for confirmation. But I'm telling you, if you wait too long, the stock could be $3 before you know it. You can't buy any stock at these prices anyway. You've been saying that a long time. Yeah, I have. When are you going to change your mind? What would make you change your outlook? Are you going to change it in December? What if it's 40 cents in the middle of December? You're going to change your outlook? Why would the fundamentals change over the next 3 weeks? Just because the stock is suppressed by short selling and the lack of buying in Canada. Well, when are you going to change that thought process that you have? When are you going to recognize that the selling is legitimate selling? Somebody knows something, and the reason nobody's buying is somebody knows something. See it that way. I think the two risks to Railtown, one is a risk to everything in your life, is that there's a huge catastrophe in the financial markets and banks go out of business and the capital markets shut down effectively for, a year and a half, 2 years. I don't think that's coming, but it's possible. The other risk is that Sequoia Capital takes an also ran company, that's my opinion, Langchain. And because Langchain isn't in the middle of buying AIP, and whatever reason the paperwork's taking so long, Sequoia has leapt to the front of investors' knowledge of this space and could claim first mover status. And if Langchain becomes the standard, Google search beat Yahoo search just like that. Oh yeah, Google search is better, but I can't think of another example right now. That's a risk. But how real is that risk? I really don't know. I really don't know. What offset? Now it's 37 cents. So they made 2 cents on if they can cross it. Two. The volume's very low. 76,000 shares. Let me go down your things. Julius, I have a dream that Railtown will make us rich. Well, I think it's going to significantly improve your account. Jason Harvest. Jason Harbison. Hello, William. Thoughts on the low volume today? Well, I think it's bullish. Um, but obviously, Jason, everybody's waiting for news. I don't think news per se is going to make the stock go up, but I think a release of material information, which I think is AIP, it could be there's something else that I don't know, but the release of whatever material information that's holding back buyers and holding back the company's ability to talk to investors in a public forum, uh, I think that's what news will start. Whether it's the first filing or the second or the third, at some point it's going to release the restriction on that buying. And I think that's going to make a difference. Will the holidays affect a guy like Mavericks or a guy like Homer's from buying? Maybe not, because somebody's going to be manning the desks. But we'll find out. We'll find out. Low volume, the reason I brought that up, low volume, if a buyer comes in, can also lead to much higher prices. But the stock 37.4 to 39.87, it's down 4 cents. It's obviously a piece of crap. Management sucks. There's something wrong. I don't know. That's what I hear. I don't feel that way, but it is true. At some point, stock prices become self-fulfilling, I suppose. If I had convinced all of you to give me money and put it into a fund and then I bought Railtown, I wouldn't be worried. You'd be calling me though, I'm sure, but I wouldn't be worried. But I do worry that some of you are going to get psyched out here. And it's just that would be so cruel. On the other hand, I cannot explain why it's so difficult to close that transaction. We have 3 minutes to go. The stock's going to close down 4 cents. It'll be down 10% today. Let's see how the market's doing. The Dow is down 470, NASDAQ 240, S&P 50 points. Some of these other stocks are in the green. G-Bucks is up to 14.5 cents. Finger is up 24 cents to $1.51. GNS is down 10 cents at 68 cents. Soundhound's now in the green, but Railtown's going to close down 4 cents on 76,000 shares. Jason, I think it's a buying opportunity. Justin came in third. Hello. Darren Collins, afternoon. Pete the Greek, Opa. Red Rubber Ronnie, hello. YouTube user, hey Jim. hello to you, Jim. Justin Babish. Looks like another great opportunity to get a good price to buy more and load them up. I agree with that, but people are tired. I understand it. And, it's, I've been saying for, I don't know, 6 months that, this could be time, may be the last time. I don't know. And I've been wrong. So I'm a broken record. It's been unpleasant. We're all very short-term oriented in this space, and it's been a year, and a year is a long time. And I looked at my notes a year ago. The stock was. Let me look it up. I have notes on Telio. It's a new low. Um, okay, it closed down 4 cents. The hits just keep coming. All right, so this looks like December 9th, 2024. Railtown was 37.46. So the stock today closed at 38.52. So last December 9th, 2024, Railtown, according to my notes, so it's been a year of spinning our wheels. It's been very unproductive. It's been, I've been wrong in my urgency, although I didn't start that urgency till June. I've just been wrong, and it's been a long, long slog. And it's not unusual. I mean, it happens. And when it happens, it can go very quickly. I guess my basic viewpoint is that Railtown's mispriced. The opposite viewpoint is that the stock price is telling you that I'm wrong, that the stock, there's something wrong in the C-suite, and they don't know what they're doing. And maybe they don't have the product. Those are the points of view. I can't change my mind. Well, what would make you change your mind? I guess once they move the hosting over, and if the hosting moves over and it only does 100,000 a year, I guess that would change my mind. But I think when they move the hosting over, it could be 50 million projected. Remember, I'm talking about projections. That's what the market is asking for now. Just projections. So I don't think I'm going to change my mind until I see an indication of the projections of just moving the hosting over. Just moving the hosting over is going to change this story overnight. And why would Telus pick Conductor if Conductor has a shitty product? doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. So it didn't close down 4 cents. It closed down 0.0238. Swell. It's just swell. The whole thing is swell. Hey, Jeff Grimm. How are you? Late again. Oh, you wanted to be first? Yeah, well, I don't know. You were. Yeah, I guess you're right. You were late. Dirty Randy. Corey the Mute is starting to piss me off. That's like, um, Norm MacDonald. You know, the more I hear about this guy, Hitler, the less I like him. That's what you sound like. Tired of bullshit excuses and lack of transparency. Zero buyers in Canada. All right, let's read that. I mean, I think that summarizes the bear case pretty well, Dirty Randy. Corey the Mute is starting to piss me off. Tired of bullshit excuses. Reasonable. Lack of transparency. Reasonable. Zero buyers. Reasonable. So that boils down, those three things, Dirty Randy, that boils down to either me being stubbornly wrong and buying into the argument. I buy into the argument that the buyers, the information haven't been available because of the delay in closing the AIP deal, and maybe something else as well. Who knows? Which leads to excuses because the delay just goes on and on and on and on. So you could add to your argument, Dirty Randy, that all of your three things are a reflection on the quality of management and whether or not they know what they're doing and whether or not they realize they're in a technology race, and technology expires quickly unless you're keeping up. And that's beyond my I don't have working knowledge on that. I would, and I'm just guessing. I'm guessing that because the Railtown conductor is battle scarred and battle tested and beta tested and is self-learning, I guess it's keeping ahead of the pack. But I think, Dirty Randy, if you were to add to your list the question of whether or not management knows that technology is a speed game, it's a young man's game, it's a hustle, hustle, hustle game. You really have a good case for the negative side. I hope we get a new CEO immediately after the deal is announced. Well, I don't know if he's a good CEO or not. And I can see the argument. I really can. I can see the argument that, Lee Iacocca would not have allowed the AIP deal to take 10 months or 11 months or 12 months, whatever it's been. And it's still not over. But on the other hand, would Lee Iacocca have put together the team early with the vision early to create Railtown. But then going to your side, Dirty, uh, if they can't tell the story, there's already a girl lifting her dress in the other room. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I will say on the bullish side, Dirty, it confirms, your view confirms my my sense that once we get past this blockage, this interminable delay, that the company should be sold. And then you won't worry about who is the CEO. Lauren, I'm not going to know how to say that. Chazon, Laurent Chazon. I had a dream that Railtown went to 98 cents. I like that dream, Laurent. I do like that dream. I had a dream about an old girlfriend, only she was younger, and then I woke up. What happened, Arthur? We used to be so happy. What happened to us, Arthur? We used to be so happy. And then we met. Thibaut Teals, how are you? I imagine she's a pretty nice girl, but she doesn't have a lot to say. I imagine she's a pretty nice girl, changing from day to day. I want to tell her that I love her a lot, but I've got to get a belly full of wine. I imagine she's a pretty nice girl. Someday I'm going to make her mine. Someday I'm going to make her mine. Plunk. Justin Babish, I imagine there could be physical work to be done to upload our Railtown's technology into teleservice. Yeah, I don't know how complicated that is. But again, using the example of Lang chains, they extrapolated part of June's revenue into 12 to 16 million annualized and priced it over $1 billion. So yes, I agree with you, Justin. But as long as the institutional buyer or the research analyst can put into her model that time frame and then show over a 12-month period what the revenues are going to be projected, she just applies a multiple to that. You got a stock price. So it could, Justin Babish, I imagine there could be physical work to be done to upload RT's technology into teleservices servers and running on test and a non-running test, I guess, to ensure flawless application and the actual process of onboarding many company stuff. To ensure flawless application and to ensure the actual process of onboarding many companies' tools. So, Justin says, some slow passing of time in the stock could be because of technical work taking place, not just paperwork. I think this is about the paperwork. But you make a good point, Justin. I don't think announcing that the paperwork, that the deal's finished and the paperwork is completed is going to make the stock go up. In fact, I think they're going to hit it. As soon as that filing comes out, I think they're going to hit it hard and want to make you think there's something wrong with management and that it's something wrong with the company. The stock price is telling catastrophe. And hey, you've been in it for a year, hasn't done anything. It better be over 40 cents by the end of the month, all of that, which is one side of it. But I think the real significance, Justin, is once the AI, to give you an example, Justin, even though this is here, no one gives it any credence, but it's here. $120 million to transfer over to TELUS. Yes, it's going to be at a discount. Call it $100 million, but it's going to grow. Could they project over the next year that it grows to $200 million? I don't know. But it's right in there. But let me ask you this, Justin. Is that full distribution far and wide? Is that full disclosure of that information? Who sees that? Have they filed this presentation with the regulator? Have they put out a press release with this? Of this? No. So I really think, Justin, that a lot of these buyers, particularly a John Ruffalo, he's not going to buy that this is out. He's not going to buy that the little bit of news that's been there. He knows, John Ruffalo knows that 120 million might be just the start. And he knows that over time they're going to get the majority of this because he is a founder of AIP and they just gave control of the network to Railtown. He knows. He knows it's 100% margin. He knows. You know it because it's here. So you have information you can act on. But you're looking at the stock price and you're saying, oh my God, the stock price is telling us something. It's telling us that management sucks. They didn't get the AIP deal done in time. And when are you going to change your viewpoint? The stock price should be telling you that you're loco in the head, William. I don't see it that way. And I wish I had 100 grand. I'd go buy whatever that is, 250,000 shares. I don't have 100 grand. Hell, I wish I had $1 grand. So, Justin, my point is the significance of closing the AI deal and filing it is that then this information can be discussed in the open or behind some, investor gate. I don't know. But once it fulfills the requirement that the knowledge is out there, full disclosure, because this is huge. John Ruffalo knows the magnitude. So if Mavericks were to be buying the stock right now, he would be accused, I believe, of insider trading. So what needs to happen? My guess is AIP has to close and be filed, and then the company has to make some sort of disclosure that here's our revenue sharing deal. I read to you the other day, yesterday, it seems like a year ago, I read to you the uh, uh, press release from TELUS slash, it was from Railtown, but it had a TELUS quote in it, and it didn't say anything. It said, I mean, this document says more about the revenue sharing than that release did. So, Justin, the significance of finishing the AIP deal is not the filing, or even if they give a press release. I don't think that's going to make the stock go up. The significance is, when is full disclosure period over? I don't know what it is in Canada. I don't know what, and I pick on Mavericks. I don't know that Mavericks is going to buy the stock, but it's logical to me. Mavericks too. But whatever Mavericks 2's attorneys are saying, you've got to wait a week or you got to wait a day. I don't know the answer. But that's the significance of finishing the AIP deal. And I would imagine, because people don't know what the AIP deal really means. And when they tie it with that sort of vague press release, I think there needs to be some more clarification so that the regulators call that full disclosure. I could be wrong. But so you might need AIP to close, and you might need Railtown to more fully disclose what it means to have a revenue sharing deal with TELUS that involves offering hosting at TELUS. But anyway, at some point, Justin, at some point, full disclosure will have been made and Mavericks can start buying the stock. Now, again, I'm using Mavericks as one name so I can talk quickly and it's something we can understand. Mavericks may or may not buy the stock. I have no idea. It's a very logical one. They're sitting on at least $500,000 that has to go somewhere. And John Ruffalo had a meeting in Toronto of all the top businessmen in Canada. I think it was to vote for somebody, but anyway, he's very active in this Canadian sovereign AI space. It's a logical buyer, but it just hasn't happened yet. You know, if I had the ability to freeze you guys so you wouldn't be susceptible to what the shorts do and the boo birds do and the other distractions, I'd shut off my screen. I'd and if I had the money, I'd go to Banff or some place with snow and a fireplace and maybe a girlfriend and just ride out a month, or go down to Puerto Rico and or somewhere in the Caribbean and spend a month. This stock is going to be. This stock has the potential to be relatively unexciting for the next 7 weeks. It doesn't mean it won't go up. Does not mean it won't go up. But are you going to be thrilled if it's $1.50? I don't know if you will be. But that's kind of what I see. And I really think the hard part about this stock is ignoring it. You got to ignore it till the company can tell its story. But if you're translating that it's in the red every day means there's something wrong with management, well, I don't know what to say. We've got next week, we've got tomorrow, we've got tonight. Why don't you stay? I'm gonna sneeze. So we got this week, next week, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we got 7 weeks. I don't know if all 7 weeks matter. 7 weeks, maybe 8 weeks. If you take the first week of January off. So if I knew that you guys weren't going to be scared out of the stock, I would just take 2 months off, but I can't. So I get more now. You know, if you want to play this for tomorrow or the next day or the next day or the next week, whenever they finally get the paperwork done, put an order in on the stock. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but they're trying to break it down below the 200-day moving average. They're trying to shake people out in anger and frustration. Screw this, I'm out. That's what they're trying to get. That's human. It's just human reaction, and it's tough to fight against. And you know what? A lot of times that's the correct reaction. So that's the dilemma. And that's what they did. They closed it under the 200-day today. Where could it go? Lower. It could. I don't think it is. But it could go lower. I should print this out and try to figure that out. I mean, lower could just be 37.5. But if they're able to really crack it down while the company's saving money on attorneys, it could go to 35 cents. It could go to, I mean, in an extreme, it could spike down to 32.5. So I don't think it's going to happen. But if you want to take advantage of this nightmare, put some open orders to buy under the market. I think it's going to correct upward very quickly. But as long as that, I've given you my viewpoint. As long as you don't get shaken out in anger, fear, I think you're going to be okay. If you're shaken out because your gut is telling you you've had 30 years of experience and you've seen it before, well, that means you know how to live with the consequences. If the stock goes back up, you don't berate yourself. So that might be the right thing to do. I think it's the wrong thing, but I'm worn out fighting it. Let me look at the Canadian stock. I can only look at 10 months on my service because of a bad print 11 months ago. And I don't pay for the service, so. Let me look at a 4 years chart. Well, actually, the longer term chart looks good to me. I don't think it's going to break down. Let's see. That counts 1, 2, 3, 4. The next move should be a leg up, 5. And it should be longer than, I can't remember, 5 is longer than 3 or 1. It looks good. He was our manager at Merrill Lynch. He was a big, tall guy. He was an ex-Marine. And one of my friends was a guy much, back then they called it vertically challenged. Smart guy, you know, always dressed well and always busy in everybody's business and always paying it, you know, a little bit envious of things, but a sharp, he'd speak his mind. But we had the men's, it was an old building. It was a good location, nice building, but old, because back then, if you think back, that's a long time ago. It was relatively new then. But the men's room was set up so there were two urinals. That was on the floor with the boardroom. And so it got a lot of traffic, a lot of people on that floor. But if you went into, you know, stand up, you know, take a leak, do number one, you're in this tight little space, and there's one right next to you, and there's two walls on either side, so there's nowhere you can go. And they had a very small divider that was metal, but it only came up to your, you know, basically to the top of the urinal. So my friend went in, and he doesn't go very much higher than the urinal either. His head is probably, but he's in there doing his business, and in comes the manager, who's, I don't know, 6'4", 6'5", big guy, and I don't know how he'd fit in. He's back from his lunch with his sales assistant, a little boozy, so he has to use the urinal. So he walks up, he's unbuckling, and he's standing there. And, you know, my friend, you know, it's that moment where nothing's happening. And so the manager looks down. I shouldn't say his name. It doesn't matter. You don't know him. He looks down, he goes, "Mark, what are you working on?" He's talking about, you know, is it a stock or is it a mutual fund or something? But Mark's there using, and all he's thinking to himself is, "Hey, can you give me my privacy? This is what I'm working on." It was very funny when he told this story. Ward Richardson, good afternoon, William. Today's headline: Microsoft NVIDIA partnered with Anthropic to invest $30 billion in Azure. This is huge here, everyone. Huge. It's huge. It's huge. All right, I'll try to find that. Microsoft, NVIDIA partnered with Anthropic. Microsoft, NVIDIA, and Anthropic. Azure. Okay, Azure. I'll try to look that up. Eric B., good news for TELUS. TELUS Sovereign AI Factory named Canada's fastest and most powerful supercomputer. It's on Newswire. Good job, Eric. Eric B., TELUS today announced that TELUS Sovereign AI Factory in Rimouski and Rimouski were standing on a bridge. Muskie jumped off, leaving Rimouski. Muskie and Rimouski. Rimouski, Quebec has been named Canada's fastest and most powerful supercomputer by the prestigious Top 500 list, which ranks the world's most powerful computing systems, making TELUS the only telecom provider in Canada to receive this distinction. This recognition marks a groundbreaking achievement for Canadian, this is Eric B., technology innovation, proving that Canadian-owned and operated infrastructure can deliver world-class computational power while keeping, Eric B. continues, data, innovation, and economic benefits firmly within Rimouski and Mooski borders. Ward Richardson, Anthropic has a long strategic relationship with Google. This is why Warren Buffett invested $4.9 billion in Google last week. Really? I didn't know that. I knew he invested, but I thought it was one of his younger men, but he must have approved it. That's pretty interesting, Ward. So Google's trying to catch up or stay ahead of the threat to its search engine and advertising, I guess. I like this the Canadian stock chart on Railtown. I like it. I think it's bullish. I know you think I'm crazy, and you might be right, but that stock doesn't look like it's going to break down. I mean, anything's possible. Anything's possible. Yeah, I think it's fine. And the next move, well, if it moves up, like if the fifth wave, I don't remember the waves anymore, but the first wave, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. This counts the fifth wave. The fifth wave may be longer than the first wave, but if it's just as long as the first wave, you got a nice run coming on Railtown. Ward Richardson, Eric B., that's great news on Tulsi. Eric B., Ward Richardson, yep, Pete the Greek. I got into the stock because it was supposed to be away from all this bullshit. The story is just changing. Still holding, but very nervous. Okay, well, I think it is. The nervousness is what's going on, and the timing is really been drawn out. And I think what is not happening with Railtown is the dedicated industrial scale shorting, the stealing of the whole market cap. So in that sense, it's completely different. But all stocks in the American market under $5 get shorted, and they get shorted mercilessly. But I don't think it's going to break down. That's you know, it closed in Canada. It closed at 52 cents. Closed on the low on the day. I suppose in Canada, if it were to break down, it goes to 50 cents. and then 45 cents. I don't think it goes lower in a spike, but I don't think it stays down. I just don't think it stays down. And I don't think it breaks down. I think it's much more likely to start a move upward. But that's, Pete, that's the thing. I don't know that it's going to be rapid, that it breaks back through 63 cents in Canada. Like I say, I think this week is going to be slow. Next week could be slow too, but I think next week is when you might see. If I could predict a surprise, I think next week or the end of this week, we see a follow-on thought I had all this organized. We see a follow-on as soon as this Friday, but I think before Monday's opening, the surprise could be is we see a research from Research Capital. This was written July 2nd, 2024, with a buy target of $2 a share prior to the AIP acquisition. Well, see, that bothers me. That says something's wrong. Why didn't it go to $2? Well, this was published in July of 2004. The stock, in fact, did go up as it was published, but then it met with selling. And then I don't remember what happened in the market, but sometime that Chinese AI came in. I don't know if that was last year or the beginning of this year, that DeepSeek. But anyway, the stock in Canada, I'm looking at it right now, it was down all the way till November. But November was when they met Railtown. Excuse me, AIP. November is when they met AIP. And the stock started trading up into January and pulled back all the way to June, rallied into July, August, and now it's been down from August, I guess. It's just been just a steady decline except for one rally at the beginning of October. But it's higher, the stock price is higher than when this research came out. It's higher by about I don't know. So it's higher by about 40-50%. No, more than that. It's higher by about 60-70% since this research came out. But it didn't go to $2 in the United States. But this research, I'm not going to read the whole thing, Pete, but it said, Railtown AI is pioneering a powerful tool to transform and enhance software development, efficiency, and quality. We believe, this is Research Capital, We believe the company's first mover advantage and the founder's history of success position the company to capture a meaningful share of the market over the long term. And they had a target of $2 US, 270 Canadian. Railtown is poised for growth in the expanding software developer market. Railtown is developing a robust tool to revolutionize software development by boosting productivity, improving quality, and saving time and money. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. He has the addressable market at $3 billion in 24. We've heard now the market is as large as 300 billion. And he used 12x on revenue. He did get the number of shares expansion correct. He describes everything. This was all before, Pete, this is before Wall Street. One of the reasons I got interested in the summer is Morgan Stanley, my old office, a friend there sent me research, a video from Morgan Stanley. It was clear that Morgan Stanley was putting out to its sales force and to its clients educational material on AI. And so AI really didn't catch hold as this huge wave of capital until sort of summer, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter of this year. So I think this research might have been a little early. I don't know, though. I don't know why the stock didn't just run then, but Pete, there is all stocks under $5 get hit by short selling. But Railtown doesn't need any money. See, the goal of the shorts is they want, when they see MOU, when they see LOI, when they see acquisition take a few weeks, they want to break up the deal. If the AIP had agreed to 50 million shares, now we know it, and they can get the price down from, 70 cents in Canada down to 30 cents. Well, they're hoping AIP says, ixnay, we don't want to do the deal. And then Railtown says, no, we really want to do the deal. Instead of 50 million, we'll give you 200 million. Well, then the shorts win. And that's what they do in stock after stock after stock. The other thing is, Railtown comes, says, we really want to do the deal, and AIP says, nah, go away. Well, the shorts win. That's not going to happen here because Railtown doesn't need to raise money. So it is different, but it doesn't mean shorting doesn't happen. So then they wrote here on page 10, based on our discussions with several customers, the value proposition of Railtown's AI tool is quite impressive. In our interviews, customers reported that Railtown's platform saves developers 25% of their time. They give a range. I did 15 to 25%. This efficiency translates into a significant return on investment. This makes Railtown's AI tool not only a time saver, but a cost-effective solution. Then they go through all the doohickeys. They talk about Mila. They talk about Railtown's sales strategy. Railtown adopts a multi-channel revenue strategy to reach its target audience. This approach leverages partnerships with resellers and Microsoft's co-seller program alongside direct sales efforts, targeting SMBs and enterprises, white label, anyway, sorry, it just goes on, the different methods, but they enter into exclusive sales arrangements. So they talk about their channels. It's mainly Microsoft they talk about. Anyway, I won't read the rest of it. But Pete, I would imagine that this group is going to come out with research, and I think they'll come out by this weekend. That is my call. I haven't heard it anywhere. I think other research is going to be at least 2 to 3 weeks away. So will people listen to this research any better than they did last time? I don't know. It should comfort you a little bit. But you know what, Pete, I'm going to do? I don't want you scared out. I am going to look up right now before I make this commitment. See, I don't know if I can do it. I'll try. Pete, I'm going to call into the company and see if I can schedule an interview with you guys, with everybody in the near future. And before, Pete, you feel like this is the same as all the other companies, maybe you can hang on to see that interview. And maybe I'm going to want it so that there aren't negativos here. Maybe I'll leave the comments on, but maybe I can get somebody to help me, like Busy or Kristen Shaughnessy or somebody. But I don't want boobers. I want it to be a polite thing. But maybe, Pete, I can gather you if they agree to it. I can gather your questions in advance. But when I get off here tonight, I'll call in and see what happens. It might be too late. It's already almost 5 o'clock here. But I can leave a message and maybe somebody will let me know tomorrow. They don't owe it. I don't feel like they owe it to us or owe it to me or to you, but I don't want you, Pete, thinking this is the same as the rest. That's what the shorts want you to feel. But I can't explain to you what's happening to the stock price unless I tell you that there are shorting strategies that abuse securities laws that the regulators look the other way. And it's a true shame. It's terrible. Because if you have experience in the markets and you remember times when there was real price discovery, this stock price is telling you something. So it's really unfair. We're not getting the correct price signals, and that's dishonest. That's dishonest markets. Railtown is the way out, in my judgment. As soon as buying can come in, I think the stock is $4, $5, $6, and then you're going to feel better. And then, Pete, it's not going to be suffering from this kind of shorting disaster. And these are bullies in here right now, Pete. They'll go away as soon as they get bopped in the nose. And I'll tell you, one order from Mavericks, and not only are they bopped in their nose, they're kicked in their rear end. But I'll do that, Pete. I don't want you to get shaken out. I'll do that after this call. I can't promise you what they'll say to me, but we'll see. All right, let's keep going. Edward Barona. I don't know what that means. Yeah, no way is down. I guess that's another company. Ward Richardson. Laurent Chasson. I have that same dream every night. That's great. I'm okay. Here is the kind I am almost legend. Testing Tuesday, sir. By the time you see this, hopefully you've finished venting about all the hypothetical negatives. Yeah, exactly. I hear a lot of negatives. I get a lot of negative feedback, which to me, which may show I have a weak brain, but to me, the negatives do not threaten or condemn the bullish fundamental story. The negatives all relate to process and shorting, which I think both are going to be over with soon. That'll self-heal. But if people, it's been a long year. It's been a long year. And if people expect the stock to suddenly go up based on AIP being filed or closed, and based on my very optimistic projections, but if they expect that to happen into the face of probably a delay before the buyers can come in, and perhaps a delay for research, let's say 2 weeks. That takes us into December, and then it's all that vacation. But I could be wrong. Remember, quiet periods in the market, stocks can move up dramatically because there are no traders around. So it can work to our favor. See Eric B's messages about Telus News. I'm almost legend per AI Railtown plus AIP per AI. Railtown and AIP get a significant boost because they can tap into Telus's sovereign compute for their development tools and affiliate network. This is not trivial infrastructure. Bravo. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm almost legend. Absolutely. That's a brilliant post. And so is Eric's. The supercomputer legitimacy increases Telus's status in the Canadian AI ecosystem. This is I'm almost legend. Not just as a telco, but as a compute infrastructure heavyweight. This could make Telus, Railtown, and AIP key players in the emerging Canada Canadian sovereign AI narrative, which is very attractive for national strategy, enterprise customers, and innovation hubs. Brilliant. Well said, I'm almost legend. Well said. I'm almost legend continues. As far as the stock is concerned, this is a positive catalyst, likely modest to moderate upside if Railtown successfully leverages Telus's infrastructure and grows revenue. But the move alone, I'm almost legend continues, won't make it a breakout without execution. That's true. And I don't think it'll make it a breakout without somebody believing the story. And I've got to be very positive on this. Do I know? But let me repeat myself. Mavericks 2 just raised $500 million to invest in Canadian technology stocks. The founder of Mavericks 2 and the CEO of Mavericks 2 is a guy named John Ruffalo. He founded AIP. And he was a key in the decision to allow AIP to be purchased by Railtown. Seems like a logical buyer. If they buy 5% of the company in the open market, 10%, you got a different stock price. Eric B., I love your way of thinking. I'm almost legend. MN, low 20,000. Well, let's see what it finished with. Finished with 77,000. I think it's all low volume, and I think the selling is mostly fake. I don't know anybody selling, but somebody could. Somebody might get impatient with it. Somebody might want to be in Genius Brands or G-Bucks or GDC or Finger or ZJYL. There might be much more attractive places to have a stock to be frustrated with. Does the low volume, is it good, bad, makes no difference? I think it's good. But as I'm almost legend just pointed out, I went on what are the negatives riff just to show that I can try to argue the negatives. But my bias, which shows through when I argue, my bias is this, and at some point it's going to catch up to the valuation of Langchain and surpass it. And that's just for a start. So I take the low volume as a positive. They're trying to shake you and others out. They're trying to test for stop limit orders on the downside. And they're just pressing their bets. I don't think it's going to be effective. But there's a lot of frustration out there. There's a lot of negativity out there. I hear it. And there's a lot of legitimate saying, hey, the stock price is telling you something. And when are you going to change your mind? Obviously, there's a lot of people saying, hey, the company can't get its act together. They can't even get this AIP deal done. So and that reflects poorly on the company. So there's that side of it. There's also the argument that technology speeds up and they better hit the ground running. So there's all that. And then there's the aspect that you're looking at it and it's nothing but flat for a year. Or even down. It's always red. There's all that. I get it. But maybe I don't fully get it because I don't buy it. I don't buy it. So maybe I'm missing something. But on the positive side, they're trying to sell it down, and if it had huge volume, it would mean they were being effective. They're not. They're selling stock they don't own, and they're hoping to cascade it with people selling real stock. The 40% that's closely held, they're not selling. That perhaps as much as 50%, which might be a little overlapping, but the 50% held closely in the Canaccord orbit, that's different than the short selling desk, by the way. That's 90% of the stock. Nobody's selling. And I've heard of other buyers out there, big, and they're not selling. And then I don't think anybody in our group is selling, although I hear a lot of I hear a lot of impatience and confusion, which is legitimate, as to why the hell would a company allow an acquisition to take this long? Well, we don't know one way or the other, but yeah. I think it's going to get better. You know, CEOs have different strengths. Some CEOs are vision guys and girls, and some CEOs are leaders in the sense of a drill sergeant. Some CEOs are dreamers. Some CEOs are geniuses. Some CEOs know how to allocate capital. Some CEOs hit the road and raise money. I've seen them all. I've seen them all. Some CEOs sit back at the office, and when they come out to meet investors, it's, oh my God, why don't you stay back at the office? Some CEOs are charmed city. Some CEOs are just in it to be able to pay their golf club dues and occasionally have a meeting that covers their, the annual spend at the club, and they want to be able to be CEO of 2 or 3 or 4 companies and just collect the salary, and there's all kinds of different CEOs. But I think, for me, that Marwan and Corey have shown the genius part by meeting 5 years ago, 6 years ago, and consciously deciding to be early with an AI tool for AI, let's call it AI 2.0, an AI tool ready for the NVIDIA chips, the compute power, and this huge leap into the next generation of AI. And they were willing to take that risk to be early and to be first. And they also solved a problem. I think that checks the box of genius. The hard work, they and their whole team, they have this gentleman, and they have a whole team. I guess I won't say names because maybe I'm not, I don't know any of these people. I don't know if they want to be presented to the world. I don't know. But they have a whole team that's been working hard for 5 years, very hard. So I think the CEO meets the standard of putting a good team together and putting a loyal team, it seems loyal, and putting an effective software development team together and being ready for commercialization a year and a half, 2 years ago. I think they checked that box. I think Railtown should be given, the management team should be given credit for recognizing the value of AIP network partnership. So I give them credit for flexibility, uh, the ability to think on their feet, and the being opportunistic to do that. I think it's great. So they check that box for me. I guess there could be an argument. I think recently management checks a huge box for me because they've been out, they go to conferences, they've made a few revenue releases that don't say much, but they're just out there letting you know, hey, we're still doing it, even though we're in this period of time that I don't have a name for. I think the last couple of weeks, they did 4 or 5 things, I think it's 4, that were great. It seemed like, wow, that's boom, including this, releasing this corporate presentation. Fantastic. But then we've gone into this low because, frankly, the AIP deal does not close. It just does not close. And sometimes those things happen. So, despite your best efforts, it just gets worse and worse, takes longer and longer. It just happens. Well, is that indicative of a bad team? I don't know. I don't think so. But I can see the other side. But I don't think so. So what's gone wrong? Maybe it's they picked the wrong attorneys. Maybe they are demanding a better paper deal with AIP to make sure they bought something for 50 million shares. And maybe that took a lot of time. Well, that's good. In the long run, that's good for us. We just don't know. We just don't know. I do think on the revenue sharing deal that I showed you just now, whatever it is, moving the 170 companies over to TELUS, that's a hell of a great thing. It justifies this whole wait, but we have to wait. And I just don't know what to say about it. But I don't think the low volume is negative in any means. And I think it's more bullish than making no difference at all. Justin Babish, revenue sharing with TELUS should be at least a minimum of 30%. I don't know. I have no idea what it would be, because without RT, TELUS data center is unusable for AI hosting, and the only reason companies will onboard is Railtown's technology. Yeah. I would go with 30% if there were a cost sharing arrangement. I think 30% seems high if it comes off the top and it doesn't get all involved. In other words, it's more like a royalty than a working interest. I think 30% is very high. If TELUS were to agree to a 30% revenue sharing, in my judgment, in my opinion, they'd ask for an offset for costs. I just think it's too high. But I don't know, Justin, I don't know what the right number is. Um, I like 15% because it lines up with with the normal best case scenario I hear in in reverse mergers with shells. That's the best case for the company being that owns the shell. 15% is usually the best case. Sometimes it's 10, sometimes it's as low as 5%. But I also think, Justin, 15% pushes in my background, a lot of my background is overrides and burdens, they call it, in oil and gas deals and transactions. And you don't want it much more than, um, an eighth is pretty low, but you don't want it at 20%. It happens. In a bull market, it can be as high as 25% burden, but you don't want it up there. Why? Because it affects resale value. And but that might be different in this case. Anyway, that's why I like an eighth. I like 15%. I don't trust 17 and a half, 20%. I think it starts getting. I'd love to see those numbers, Justin. I'd love to see them. That would be huge if they came in that high. But I think if I use them for projections, I would be being way too optimistic. So that's why I used 15%. I'm almost legend. Thanks for sharing the info, Eric B. Justin Babish. In fact, competition for data centers can come and outbid TELUS for RT's platform. TELUS needs us. Yeah, on the other hand, Justin, TELUS has a lot of capacity, and Railtown's new to the business. So, and the center's already built. So there's no delay in executing their business model. So whatever deal they strike, because Railtown's going to double dip in most cases, not all, but in most cases. If Railtown has a revenue sharing deal with a company and enterprise sales agreement, they're making money there that they're not sharing with um, TELUS. But then it's hosted at TELUS, so they get a double dip. But then if TELUS is also referring business, which I believe when I read this, TELUS is going to direct a lot of business to Railtown. But it doesn't explicitly say that, but it makes it kind of, I mean, I read it to you, so I'm not going to read it to you again, but I think it makes a pretty strong case that TELUS is going to direct a lot of their enterprise customers to Conductor. So I would love that deal flow. So I wouldn't expect a 30% deal. Who knows what they negotiate? I do agree with you, Justin, though, that TELUS needs Railtown. And TELUS needs to perform on TELUS's business plan too. There's a lot of negative to neutral research reports out on TELUS right now. Their dividend is high. So I think it's a mutually beneficial hookup. And yeah, I think it's good. And so, yeah, Justin, you might be right. I can see your argument for 30%. Without RT, TELUS's data center is a giant calculator. Yeah, I see your argument. Laurent Chasson, it is a penny stock. When I joined, I thought shorts were not part of Canadian stocks. We don't know what the shorts are doing in Canada. A lot of the things that look like shorting can be arbitrage, and so you could short the stock in the United States, buy it in Canada, and you make 0.0005, and that's a profit. You could short the stock in the United States, buy it in Canada, short the loonie and buy the dollar, and you end up ahead. So, Laurent, a lot of it could just be um, a lot of arbitrage noise. Flash boy, high frequency trading that I think it's unnecessary, but it happens in Canada. Um, it does happen in Canada. Um, but it's not permanent. It's not permanent, Laurent. And the key thing to remember here is the company doesn't need to do a toxic deal with anybody, the toad or anybody else. They don't need to do a deal. So this shorting isn't going to have that's why I think Railtown's the way out of this. The shorting is not going to be able to destroy the market cap of Railtown. Um, that doesn't mean they're not going to keep trying. And if they don't get uh, this acquisition closed to the point where they can start putting out broader information or specific information to the investor network, I would expect the shorts are going to continue to try to punish us. But I don't think it's going to last, Laurent. I'm not doom and gloom on it, but it is what's happening right now. So I wish I could give you a better scenario. But if you can see through this period, which could end tomorrow, but I've been so frustrated either with their attorneys or their regulators, or maybe it's an internal thing. I don't know. I really think the paperwork on this AIP transaction is more likely to disappoint than to surprise us positively. I used to have accounts, believe it or not. I used to, be somebody. And I tell you, when something went wrong, it always happened with a great account. And whatever you did to fix it, whatever you did to increase the speed of the back office or whatever needed to be done, whatever you did, it always kept screwing up. And that's what I feel like we're in here. We're in a test, but it'll end. It'll end. I don't think Railtown's a penny stock. Now, if your definition of a penny stock is the price, well, okay, if that's it for your definition. But I don't think that's the case. I think Railtown is a stock that should be, and Laurent, you may disagree. Railtown should be trading at a valuation closer to Langchain's valuation, which would put it in the $2, $3, $4 range. So that's not a penny stock, but that's my view. I think it's mispriced. It is true that it trades under $1, but it's not, in my judgment, a penny stock like a DBMM or a, you know, a G Bucks, or, you know, the whole list. Laurent Chazon. It looks like all his calculations mean nothing. I don't agree. I think in the short run, yeah, I think I've been. I think, um, you know, I guess I've always got to explain things more fully, but my projections have always been predicated on buying coming in. And Laurent, you guys are operating in a space that, number one, the regulators don't stop your abuses, so you have no fear. Number two, the major buyers who know what's going on in Railtown and AIP and now TELUS, they're not allowed to buy right now, so you have no fear. And retail, most of us have been scarred. Most of us have been hurt by your actions in other stocks. And so there's an anxiety that you can play on. So that gives you a certain sense of power, allows you to bully, and gives you, again, a reason to sell without fear. The fact that the company, and again, I've been chastised, I don't know what to call this period from February 11th to November 18th. But the fact is, the company is precluded from talking about revenues, contracts, advances, you know, specific advances in its product, new contracts, what the size of the TELUS deal is. They obviously can't talk about that yet. They haven't. So that also allows you to sell into a vacuum. And again, you get to sell without fear. So in the face of that, there seem to be buyers up in Canada, but it's not enough to make the stock, let's call it, run. Why? Because we're waiting on basically two things: revenue projections that are believable and growing, and buying from institutions. Those are two things we're waiting on. Retail would be good, but retail's spent. So those two things aren't going to happen. Maybe it needs research so that some institutions can put that to their investment committee and say, can we buy a stock under $1? But all that's going to take another 2 or 3 weeks. So Laurent, I think you guys have free reign to sell without fear for maybe up to another 3 weeks. On the other hand, I think that gives buyers a chance, if they can put aside all of this muscle memory. This gives buyers a chance to add to their position. So ultimately, it's going to hurt you, but you'll be long gone. You'll be shorting a different stock and making fun of a different person. But anyway, I don't think my calculations mean nothing. If you're a day trader, sure, I'm not a day trader. If you were buying this in June so you could sell it in November, yeah, I've been wrong. But I don't think you lost any money. But that's not, Laurent, I have never presented Railtown as a hot money stock. And if you're a hot money guy, yeah, my projections are wrong. But I don't think the story's over yet. by a long shot. And my projections certainly have not been correct in timing. But you know what? They haven't been able to talk about their company. There's been no revenue discussion, and there's been no buying. So this period of time, whatever it's called, from February 11th to November 18th, is still in force. And a lot of my projections were counting on that the AIP deal and whatever else is holding up buying could be concluded 90 days ago. But you're right, I don't have the ability to predict how long bureaucrats are going to take to approve anything. I don't have the ability to figure out how long bureaucrats are going to take to go through paperwork to confirm what they've already been told. I don't know how long it's going to take attorneys from two different teams to work together to prioritize, to make a priority of Railtown and AIP's friendly acquisition. I don't know, Laurent, how long it's going to take in the face of possibly booming contracts and booming time where management is directing their time to closing revenue deals rather than the focus on paperwork. I don't know how that all sorts out. I don't know how I could have predicted it, Laurent. So yeah, I'll agree with you. My calculations mean nothing. And Laurent, I'm impressed that you can come in here and point that out, because now I'm going to listen to you, Laurent. I'm going to listen to you. You have a wonderful way of crystallizing information. So please make some predictions. I'll act on your predictions, Laurent. You are an amazing, absolutely amazing strategist. Justin Babish, everything looks like nothing when you keep your eyes closed. Is that John Lennon? Justin Babish, RT can make more revenue by onboarding their platform and tools to multiple AI data centers all over North America, some pushing more than a gigabyte in power usage. That is some thinking. They could be the interface, and that's how, Justin, that's how I read what Conductor is. I read Conductor as a critical tool that all developers are going to use, and it's universal. It's not once somebody has it, their competitor can't use it. So I agree with you. Now, Sequoia wants everyone to believe that LangChain beat Railtown to the market, and they might be successful. They might raise $1 billion for LangChain and then go roll up 5 AI companies with their teams and try to beat Railtown while Railtown saves money on attorneys. But I don't think they're going to make a lot of progress. I truly believe Marwan and Corey beat everybody significantly to the punch. We just don't know about it now. We're all frustrated. And I'm sorry to say, U.S. markets are corrupted by this short selling. All they need to do, going back to the gentleman before, all they need to do is bring back the uptick rule. Get rid of flash selling, flash boys selling. Get rid of computer program selling in all over-the-counter stocks. Over-the-counter would supersede NASDAQ instantaneously. Make it know your customer rule. disclose who buys by name, not by LLC, who buys the stocks that are shorted via stock offerings. Enforce locate rules and delivery rules. Get rid of hypothecation and rehypothecation in stocks under $5. I mean, those are starting points. Bring back physical trading in stocks under $5. It won't hurt the major brokerage firms. They don't trade those stocks now anyway. It would start a whole new industry of smaller brokerage firms and exchanges who make a business of trading in physical shares. Those are the answers. Some of them anyway. Justin Babish, TELUS is just one deal and will probably be a proving ground that leads to much bigger data center inclusions in the future. I agree. And Justin, that goes to the one risk that I don't think it's too late, but it is a risk. If Sequoia can convince the world that Langchain is first and the best, even though they're not, it's very hard to play catch up. But I think it's still so early. And I think the fact is Railtown is the real deal. And you're exactly correct. If they're successful in Rimouski, they can replicate being the key interface between developers, data centers, and clients in data center after data center after data center. Railtown was listed as number 75 out of the top, not Railtown, TELUS, the Rimouski data center was listed as number 75 in the world. Well, that implies dozens of others that they could get in on. So it's competitive, Justin. And imagine if NVIDIA bought Railtown in order to get in front of its own NVIDIA bricks in all the data centers in the world. NVIDIA could afford to pay more for Railtown because NVIDIA could strike better deals in all these data centers. That's the advantage of first mover. That's the advantage of best in class. And as far as I know, Railtown still is that. But if you allow somebody else to toot their horn, you might be driving in their dust for a while and never catch up. I don't know. Justin Babish, RT is going to dominate AI operations globally. They built the blueprint for how AI operations will be defined. I like that, and I agree with it. Then why is it in the stock price? That's what I'm always asked. That's been my argument, Justin, that Railtown has created the interface which solves a true software problem, and they started early to be ready for it. I think Langchain is a group of people, if you read the use of proceeds, 125 million, they're still in development. And of course, the development is always ongoing, but Railtown's ready to hit it. But I'm telling you, Justin, I get so much negativity. So much negativity. I'm glad to hear your positivity. I really am. I appreciate it. Look at this one, Dustin. Justin, look at this one. Tell us, upsell to conductor platform. So here's TELUS upselling their customers to the conductor platform. Here's conductor then using the data center. But here it is. Justin, I'm sorry, it's late. Here's the users of developer tools. Here's the data centers. This is what Railtown has created, this platform. And it solves a real problem. It's universal. It translates all data, and it leads to revenue sharing. You're exactly right. It is breakthrough. But no one believes it because GTII was going to buy a law firm, and it never happened. So this is never going to happen. Justin, do you know what? Railtown's going to go up whether we're in it or not. And I don't know when it's going to go up. I think it's going to help if they close the AIP deal. But it could go up before the end of the year. You know, as cautious as I'm being in trying to address what I see as possible to anticipate more doom and gloom, the fact is these hedge funds and the other major buyers, when they see what you're seeing, they're going to buy all they can by the end of the year. You could have a $5 stock by the end of the year. Ward Richardson, Justin B., words well said, I agree. Justin Babish, Lady Gaga watt worth of electricity. Gigawatt, not gigabyte. Dennis Alex, 3 p.m. and maybe we'll be hit by a gamma ray burst. Quit with the doom and gloom. Dennis Alex, you need to be on more platforms to spread the word. 25 people watching is not going to work. I'm not promoting the stock, Dennis. In that sense, I'm not. I'm here for those 25 people. Yeah, I wish there were more people watching, and I wish I had a bigger voice, but I'm not out trying to promote the stock. I should maybe I can get an interview and see what happens. Pete the Greek, I tried to get William to go on Dex, have his calls, not sure what else to do. Pete, I'll take you up on that. You want, I'll go on X with you if you want to run it. I'll do it. I don't know. You have my email, don't you? I'll do that, Pete. Let me write it down. I've asked Busy Brands to help me, and I think he would. But he's really busy with Junk Savvy. So G Diddy, I love it. Through it all, G Diddy. 18,000. I love it, G Diddy. That's a good job. Very good job. At will. Good idea. Needs a better internet connection. Sounds like his PC is Wi-Fi connected. Needs direct connected for stable connection. Okay, Dennis. Let me see what you're saying. I need direct connection. Not Wi-Fi. All right, I'll look into that, Dennis, too. You, I told I'm Almost Legend. I'm not very good at technology. Justin Babish. It sounds like a bad joke to say RT was the SPAC for AI partnerships to go public. The craziness. Yeah, I guess you could say that. It's not a bad analogy that it's a reverse split into reverse merger into Railtown, but the ratio obviously was in favor of Railtown initially. But remember, we still have to roll up those companies. So we don't know the exact ratio of the split until they finish rolling up companies, at least with stock. My 35 cents. I appreciate it, Dennis. I appreciate it. Justin Babish, you could get good insight. December 14th shareholder conference. They can say more in that setting because it's not promotional when a closed meeting is not open to the public. Well, I'm going to call. It's December 17th, I think. I'm going to call, and I'd like to go, but I want to make sure that there's people actually there. I've gone out of my way to go to annual meetings before, and some have been great. You know, you got an active room, maybe a dinner the night before or a dinner that same day so you can interact with everybody. Other times I've gone and there's a secretary and a CEO and the meeting takes all of 20 minutes. And you're like, what the hell did I come here for? So I'm willing to go if there's some meetings and I can meet, we'll see. Criticism. My favorite thing is criticism. Sir William, I tapped out of the live stream a while ago and I logged back in. It was after 3 hours of angry venting until you wore yourself out. I'm Almost Legend. The anger and frustration isn't changing anything about the stock or the ongoings behind the scenes. It's like that metaphor of punching a wall and expecting to damage the wall. I'm not finished yet. Audio turned off at 4:18. Your anger and frustration could actually be turning people off from the stock. I know because I liked Railtown because you were positively passionate about them. But these hours-long frustrated rants are just expressing your biases against certain groups of people and imaginative doom and gloom world scenarios. Many of us are already frustrated enough. And through your frustration and vetting is expected and warranted, I believe that investors are drawn to and listen to you for your positive outlook and research. So if you're flying off the handle for over 3 hours and giving what-if negatives, the lines get blurred between the positive and the negatives. Be transparent. Part of me wonders if you're fighting your own doubts and that's contributing to the anger because some of your projections have been wrong. However, one of your great traits is that you'll admit when you're wrong. No, I'm not fighting my own doubts. I'm not. I'm almost legend. Um, I'm not fighting my own doubts. It might be that I'm worn out. It could be that I'm worn out. But I'm not fighting my own doubts. I fully believe in Railtown. Uh, what I can't promise is that it's not going to be difficult for another 2 or 3 or 4 weeks. But if we can get through that, I think it's going to start to be a lot better. And I guess your point's well made. So I'm almost legend. Can you remember that I vented and that I spoke about the negatives so I don't have to do it again? I think what I've tried to do is show that I can look at the negatives. So maybe I'm reacting to that, is that maybe people don't think I can process the negatives as well. Maybe that's it. I don't know. By the way, if you were turned off, I went through a lot of revenue projections. So I was trying to be positive. But anyway, I take it. I take it. Which no one, let me check my microphone. Is this working? Is this working? Yeah. Okay. Which no one else will do when it comes. I do believe you really believe in Railtown. But it gets tougher to see your insuredness at times. Well, I think what I probably have to do, I'm almost legend, is let people who uh, are very upset by the stock price, I just let them sell it. I've been trying to fight that people shouldn't sell, but if people feel like they need to sell, I guess they just need to sell. I I don't know if you saw me do this. I've messed it up now with the paper, but I think the stock compared to Line Chain um, is $16. To Soundhound is $6. To 25x is $5, and I think that's just a start. That's just a start. So I'm very positive on Railtown, but I am worn out by the negatives, and I can hear your point that would wear everybody else down by me being negative. So maybe I need to start um, only going on when I can be upbeat and positive and have something new to talk about. Maybe that's what I have to do. Maybe I should just start talking about other things because I've pretty much talked out Railtown. I don't know. Uh, David Hensley, mixed feelings. Part of me wants to see the price movement. Part of my wants to see it stay here so I can accumulate more. Yeah, I know that feeling. I know that feeling. Warwick Richardson agrees. Oh my gosh, more. This is, um, what did you say? But it gets tougher to see your assuredness in it at times because of how you express your frustration. I, and I'm sure others, do appreciate your own transparency of real emotions, regardless of how they're expressed, but it's worth putting yourself in the shoes of your viewers. And asking yourself if someone you listen to was expressing themselves in the same way, that would give you more or less confidence in your investment. I didn't think of that. Yeah. Um, so I'm almost legend. Do you think we can agree that I've fully expressed what I see as are possibly the negatives, so I don't have to do it again? Um, because I think you're right. I have to be more positive and stay positive. But I don't want to come across as blind to other people's concerns either. But I think the company's doing a great job, and I have a feeling that the reason for these delays is not, as you put it, um, where's what you said? Um, I think it's not exposing my biases against certain groups of people or doom and gloom. Now I forgot the point I was going to make. Um, but I don't want to come across as Pollyannish either. So anyway, am I upset that my targets haven't been met? Not really. My targets are targets. That doesn't bother me. It bothers me, I think, I'm almost legend. I guess two things bother me. One is I don't want people selling, and I certainly don't want them selling out of a failing of mine. So I appreciate you telling me that maybe I'm turning people to selling. I don't want that. The other thing is I can't come up with an answer to the repeated question, why is the stock down if the story's so good? I can't come up with a better explanation than the one I've given over and over again. And I do get frustrated. And and to me there's a circularity to being aware that the market is manipulated and then giving the market credit for seeing something that we don't see and then blaming that on management. I don't I don't know how to get out of that sort of circular argument. So I get frustrated. Um, I don't want to make a proclamation I'm almost legend, but maybe what I should do is just not come on at all when I'm feeling frustrated. But I'm really worried that people are going to sell, and I don't want to be part of the problem. So I'll try to incorporate your criticism as always, because I know it's meant with good intention, and it's quite accurate, probably too. Lock up. No worries. We moved back up in price between 11.18 through 11.25. I don't know what DB present means. I don't know what DB present. All right, lockup, I'll take you. I don't know what all these dates mean, but I'll take your optimism. Hey, Steve. Hi, how are you? Um, Ward Richardson, great job on pointing out the pertinent information on RT here today. Job well done. Keep up the good work. Account settings. Good evening, William. How are you? Hello, everyone. I listen to you every day from start to end, then go for a walk and curse your name. You're doing a good job. I'm adding to my position. All right. Well, not everybody's pleased with me, but I'm not pleased with myself probably more than anybody else. Now, I was going to show everybody this. But to Justin, to I'm Almost Legend, and to account settings, thank you for pointing this out to me, which you guys did better than I could, but I want to, if it'll ever catch up. I don't know if it will. There we go. This is in the Financial Times. Company announcements. TELUS, sovereign, this is repetitive, but I think it's important. TELUS Sovereign AI Factory named Canada's fastest and most powerful supercomputer. TELUS takes top honors with global top 500 recognition. TELUS today announced that the TELUS Sovereign AI Factory in Rimouski, Quebec, has been named Canada's fastest, that's pretty important, and most powerful supercomputer by the prestigious Top 500 list, which ranks the world's 500 most powerful computing systems, making TELUS the only telecom provider in Canada to receive this distinction. This recognition marks a groundbreaking achievement for Canadian technology innovation, proving that Canadian-owned and operated infrastructure can deliver world-class computational power. I like that word better, while keeping data, innovation, and economic benefits within Canadian borders. This international recognition of TELUS's Sovereign AI Factory as the fastest and most powerful supercomputer in Canada and 78th in the world represents a defining moment for TELUS and for our country's position in the rapidly advancing global technology landscape, said Darren Entwistle, President and CEO of TELUS. This acknowledgement further reinforces that Canada's advanced sovereign infrastructure can compete with, and indeed surpass, the most formidable supercomputers on the planet. Building on robust data strategy, TELUS initiated more than 25 years ago. Our significant investments in high-performance computing have positioned TELUS to provide the secure, sovereign foundation our country needs to make Canadian solutions accelerate growth and advance our competitiveness in the global digital economy for generations to come. Sorry, my eyesight isn't getting this. Importantly, TELUS is the only provider in Canada with the capability to provide Canadian-controlled end-to-end digital solutions combined with our, see that? Canadian controlled, that's going to be Railtown. End-to-end solutions, that's going to be Railtown. End-to-end digital solutions combined with our team's unparalleled expertise in AI-powered clients' experiences. TELUS inclusion on the top 500 list clearly illustrates our deep-rooted passion for leveraging the potent power of technology innovations to improve outcomes for millions of customers we serve globally. The top 50 list is the global standard for high-performance computing and evaluates a supercomputer's ability to solve complex sets of mathematical equations. It employs the high-performance LinPack to measure how many calculations a system can complete per second, while results expressed in floating point operations per second, or with results expressed in flops. The TELUS Sovereign AI Factory, designed and implemented in partnership with HPE and powered by NVIDIA, achieved a performance score of 22.74 teraflops, ranking 78th overall, by demonstrating exceptional capability in solving complex mathematical equations and performing floating point operations, calculations involving very large or very small numbers common in scientific and engineering applications at extraordinary speeds, representing 22.74 quadrillion calculations per second. The immense processing power delivered by its sovereign AI factory positions TELUS at the forefront of organizations capable of handling the most demanding computational tasks in scientific research, artificial intelligence, and advanced data analytics. TELUS's industry-leading sovereign AI systems was designed to apply our supercomputing expertise to advance public and private sector innovation, said Tris Damkroger, Senior Vice President and General Manager, HPC and AI Infrastructure Solutions. Powered by HPE Compute, the TELUS Sovereign AI Factory is playing a critical role in helping Canada solve engineering problems and drive scientific breakthrough that are changing people's lives for the better. The supercomputing infrastructure will enable Canada to accelerate breakthroughs across multiple domains. I highlighted just one: artificial intelligence and machine learning. So they're going to see breakthroughs in, they hope, in training, fine-tuning, and inferencing advanced AI models for enhanced computer experiences and business solutions. Keep a mind out, keep an eye out for healthcare innovation. Obviously, this works with climate as well. And then maybe I should have highlighted network optimization. Enhancing telecommunications infrastructure and service delivery through advanced computational modeling. And then it talks about the list. This achievement underscores TELUS's dedication to advancing Canadian technology leadership. This is why I think they're going to choose Railtown as a pass-through, as a go-through vehicle, and creating opportunities for researchers, businesses, and institutions to access world-class computational resources, leading to collaboration and innovation in the country. So I really think this is huge news for Railtown. And I thank you guys for pointing it out. I picked another list of funding, but I'm not going to go through it. I think I've tortured everybody too much today. Oh, so Lockup saying double, triple bottoms on those dates always bounced back. All right, so let's look what he's saying. So he thinks we're going to bounce. We have a back in price between November 18th and November 25th. So that's essentially Thanksgiving week, which I think recently I said is the week where I thought buying would come in. So November 25th, let's write, I'll write these down. November 25th, September 25th, that's next year, obviously. March through April, March-April 25th. Wouldn't that be good? That would get, this target would get my May 5th optimism on track. So this, you're saying this is where double, triple bottoms on those dates always bounced back up. Take it for what it's worth. Thank you, Lockup. I think that's great. Well, now I feel ashamed that I don't know what I'm almost legend called it. A rant or a frustration. I'm ashamed of that now. And I feel chastised. So I feel embarrassed. So I don't know. I'm sorry I let people down today. I'm sorry only 20 people watch. And I'm sorry I expressed my frustrations. I'll try to do better. I've promised that before, and I haven't done well. I'm going to suggest that I've spent now enough time on probably 3 or 4 different occasions talking about the negatives. As much as possible, I'm not going to talk about them anymore. I think I've done my duty as far as that's concerned. And I'll try to focus only, not so much only on the positives, but I hear what I'm almost like, who wants to hear a bunch of negativity? I don't. I hear it all day, sometimes, not always. And it's hard to listen to. This is a tough task. I thought we'd be further along by now. I really did. And I'm almost legend. I think other frustrations in my life show through too. Completely unrelated. So that's not very professional of me. That was end of March, first week of April. Okay. All right. Well, let's see if we're at war. I hope not. Really hope not, but I get nervous. There's a 427 vote to 1 to release Epstein files. Well, I think they're going to do more damage to some Democrats than to Trump, but we'll find out. That, I guess that's showing a bias. I guess I'm not bias free. Ooh, this is what's going on in the market. Japan bond yields soar. The carry trade in trouble. I don't see much news to go over. Uh-oh. Hot stove. Trent Grisham. All right. Well, really, William, you sound like you're walking the price down. You must be a short. Nope, I'm not a short, Dennis. I'm not gonna take the bait. I'm not a short. I am not a short. But I try to look at things with a cold eye. I'm not always good at it. Lots of laughs. Good night. All right, you were just teasing me. That's fine. I can take a good ribbing. All right, I don't know what else to say. I think I'm gonna sit right down and write myself a letter. All right, I know what I'm going to do next. I promised Pete, and I'm going to do it if I can. All right, there it is. All right, I'm going to say goodnight to everybody. Wish everybody peace. I think Donald Trump's about to sign the Epstein note, so you should tune in that. But I also think the Saudi prince is there. So anyway, there's something going on at the White House. And other than that, I apologize to each of you, but I also apologize to I'm Almost Legend. I'll stay away from the negatives, and if I'm in a tough mood, I just won't come on. And we'll get through it. We'll get through it. So peace to everybody. We'll talk to you tomorrow.